Less than a week until preseason football for the Bills, following training camp and the return of the blue and red practice, which drew in 51,000 fans, over 51,000 fans, who also got their first dose of the new building. Ty Johnson suffered a leg injury at the practice. Joe Brady said we'll know more on that this week. Also, Connor McGovern and Cole Bishop left practice with injury. News for the Bills, preseason game this Saturday. Panthers coach Dave Canales said that quarterback Bryce Young and the starters, they'll play 10 to 20 snaps in the Panthers preseason game against the Bills, of course. Around the NFL, NBC Sports Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that Aaron Donald could make a decision about his future with the Rams by the end of the week. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed, dealing with the ankle injury, he did not practice on Sunday. Speaking on Inside Training Camp Live, Ian Rappaport said, seems like Deshaun Watson has the leg up in the Browns quarterback competition. And Ravens head coach Jesse Minter said wide receiver Zay Flowers, dealing with a quadricep contusion, will miss some practice. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Phillies 7-6. The Yankees, they beat the Braves, or fell to the Braves, 2-1. The Red Sox, they fell to the A's 4-3. And the Mets, they beat the Pirates 11-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
When you just talk about practice, we sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice.
We are indeed about to talk about a practice. Perhaps
yes,
the most highly anticipated practice in any team's history. And also, as the practice happened, I don't know anything that happened in it.
I'm like, good thing we have Sal on today. Like, you can tell us what happened on the field.
I told him, I'm like, we need you today because 50,000 people went and maybe 10,000 people saw what happened on the field. The rest of us were just looking around.
I saw a couple picks.
I saw a
bomb touchdown to Shakir.
Yeah, there's one of those. There's a bomb pass to DJ Moore early.
I missed that.
On which Allen might have been sacked. It's one of the things. It's one of the things about receivers making nice catches in camp. Is like, well, would the ball have gotten off on a throw if that were a real throw?
Right.
Anybody can get open eventually. But anyways, nice play by DJ Moore. Nice catch by him on Benford. Christian Benford out there getting cooked, Joe. Cooked regularly.
I didn't like that by DJ Moore.
Once by Moore. Once by Keon Coleman. Anyway, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Hi, everybody.
But it was a great day. And we saw some, we had the weather tested.
Uh-huh. We had the weather test.
The weather test. It's like they did it on purpose. Like, let's just see who's wet. Let's see who's dry during this.
We were dry. And I'll tell you, like, there's so much to get to about the stadium. Give us a call. Your thoughts, your reviews, your thoughts on the reviews, your reviews of the thoughts. Whatever you want. Your takeaways, your impressions, this is the forum to do it. This is where we do that, right? Voice of the fan and everybody. So call us, 803-0550. Lots to say about the stadium. Of course, there's the matter of the first preseason game is coming up this week on Saturday. It's very noticeable early that while we're going to the stadium for the first time, you and I both went. We went to a stadium. We did not go to a game at a stadium. And maybe that will change a lot about everything. If you thought the concession lines were long, that could be because, well, they're still working out the kinks. It could also be because nobody actually cared what's happening on the field. If there's a game, maybe 30% of the people in line saying, I'd like to try this new sandwich, are instead just watching the game. So there's a million things I think we could talk about with how it might be different. And, of course, the reviews of the stadium itself. The stadium, the new parking, the new egresses, the new sight lines, the new, all of it. So give us a ring. On the weather point, so you and I, we have seats up under the canopy on the side of the stadium that stay dry because weather normally comes in from, like, the west or the southwest.
The lake side of the stadium.
Okay. Yeah. Weather comes in from the lake side of the stadium, right?
Right.
And being on the lake side of the stadium, you are in a different maybe reality than on the other side of the stadium.
Yep.
So I was down when the rain poured and really came. I was down low where a lot of my family is going to sit in the 100 level. And I looked up at where our seats are, you and I looked at the lake side of the upper deck, and I looked at the non-lake side of the upper deck.
Yeah.
And during the rainstorm, the lake side of the upper deck, covered by the canopy,
Yep.
everybody was still seated.
Right.
And in the non-lake side, the first 8 rows of the 400 level were empty.
Right, and the entire lower bowl.
Yeah, so it rained hard on that side, and the footprint of the rain you would have seen if you could in some sort of rendering that, yes, indeed, it comes in somewhat sideways.
Yeah.
And those people over there got a lot more wet.
Yeah. And we could ask like Pat Hammer this question, but I'm pretty sure we've lived here long enough that that's typically where weather comes from.
Usually, yeah.
Like, so most times I think if you're on our side of the stadium, which I think is where
It's the home side.
it's
the
the
press
home
box
side.
side. It's the Bills side. The home
home side.
looks like it's likely to get less of the heavy stuff if heavy stuff
Right.
comes down.
Like, I expect to never be wet ever.
Yeah.
Where our seats are. Like, it would take a crazy system, wind blowing a different direction and coming down hard for our side of the stadium to ever be wet. Whereas that other side, I was surprised it went up as high as it did because it was noticeable, right? Like, like you said, 8 to 10 rows.
I mean,
of
just
the upper deck,
complete
like people
guesstimate,
had been moving.
but I think a significant number.
But I texted, like, my uncle was on that side of the stadium, and he was in like the 15th, 16th row of one of those sections. He said, we're good.
Yeah.
Like, few rows down, people are starting to move up. But like where we are, even we're fine. So that was a big takeaway, like, because of how the stadium is contorted and like who actually gets wet, how much difference does the canopy actually make? For half the stadium, it makes a monster difference.
Yeah.
Like, you're just never going to be wet, I don't think, if you are on the lake side of the stadium.
I was also wondering about like the sun side. Now it rises in the east and sets in the west.
Right.
Like, who's going to be the hot side when it's a 1:00 game, right?
Let's try to figure that out. I feel like that's going to also differ on the time of year, maybe.
Sure, because the sun is more south in the sky in some
Yeah.
time. Right. Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Let's go. You went? Did you go? What'd you think? Give you a couple of our takeaways and get as many of yours as possible. There's also, of course, like a major controversy, if you will, controversy or online fight or in-person fight about the obstructed view seats, of which there are many.
Yeah.
There are many obstructed view seats. If you see the picture online of one person thinking, like, oh, that's like 8 seats in the stadium. The 400 level obstruction of the stairways is definitely more than 8 seats.
Oh, sure.
It's hundreds.
I mean, I'm in the fifth row of my section and our 2 aisle seats, and I can share my experience about going through this. Like, ours are obstructed when we are sitting down.
Yeah.
Like, there's a chunk of the field that is blocked, or you have to look through it's clear glass, right? It's different than what we originally thought it was going to be, which was railings. But clear glass you have to look through. So, I mean, the 4 rows in front of me are dealing with the same thing worse. That's 8 people right there, and then you have every section in the stadium that's doing the same thing. Like, it's hundreds of people.
Yeah.
At
Hundreds,
least.
if not thousands, have at least some part of the field blocked by railings, by stairs, and, through the process, it's not like there was necessarily everybody went through the exact same process. You go into the what was it called? The experience?
The stadium experience.
Thank you, the stadium experience. Everyone walks through there. When you picked your seats, you didn't go into the stadium and stand in your seat and take a look at it.
Right.
You and I had a chance to kind of walk the stadium and see sections long before there were any sort of railings up or anything like that. But But if you picked your seats, you had to do it via a computer image. And here's this seat. All right, punch in this number. Here's this seat. Take a look at it. What do you think? And the number of seats that are obscured by those stairways, the designs of those stairways, it is a very big number. Again, a lot of people probably just made the concession of, all right, fine, I'll give away like the 5-yard line right side corner because I like this seat otherwise. And a lot of people posted around the internet, around the world, there are stadiums like this where, sure, you're going to get a handful or hundreds of seats that have minor obstructions. The worst ones were posted online, and it drew a lot of reaction. And I don't think the reaction is misguided. It's kind of wild, right? Like, you want to tell me that I guess I'll say this. I don't buy for a second it's a flaw. I think it's a concession that the design was made to give you 360 degree. You can walk all the way around, see it from everywhere, standing room everywhere. And the concession made was like, oh, this is how people are going to get up into the 400 level. This is how we're going to have the 400 and the 300 level share the same concourse. Like, I'm no stadium designer, but I wouldn't call what you're seeing a flaw. It's not like they didn't know this was going to be happening. They have renderings. They had 3D renderings they could step inside of, go anywhere you want, take a look. Here's this. And, you know, if anybody got that seat, they would have seen a rendering of the field from the seat. The one thing that I wonder about, and this is something we can't know unless you have a series of emails with the person that your rep when you were doing your tickets, is were those concerns downplayed? Like, don't worry, that's a rendering. It doesn't really look that bad in person. Because if you were told that, that's tough.
And I saw some people being told that, or that were tweeting this weekend, that's kind of what they were told. Not everybody. Like, it was a couple people. I don't really know how many were actually doing that. I can tell you from my experience, that's how it happened with me.
Yeah.
And there was a few days after that where we had done a stadium tour, and they were gracious enough to take us up there. And I almost had a pit in my stomach for a day because I went up and like, oh, it's exactly how it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's not downplayed. Like, it's exactly what it looked like in the rendering. And I got on board, though, and made a decision that I think the biggest reason why for me, and I'm in row 5, I'm not in row 1 of our section, so it's a little bit different for me. When you're standing, it's not blocking any of the field, and that's a question too. Like, is everyone going to be standing again at the new stadium? Because I feel like we probably are. Don't know.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Listen, like, anybody call where your seats are. This 400 level is very steep.
Yeah.
Standing is not necessarily as comfortable as it used to be.
True.
You know, you're standing on the edge of a cliff, which is by design.
But
again,
of course,
not a flaw. It's steeper because we're packing people into a smaller space and trying to get everybody on top of the field, which they are.
But there's a domino effect to that, of course, where if the person in front of you, well, I guess maybe not. As you're saying, like, if it's higher pitched, then maybe the person in front of you could be standing and you could still see the field. Because if that first row stands up, and if I'm in the first row, I'm standing up so I can see over the railing. Now what's the person in row 2 doing?
Standing up.
Okay, the person in row 3. Now it's going all the way down the section behind you. And that, I mean, personally and selfishly, I hope that's the case, because if not, like, I do have a chunk of my field that'll be blocked if sitting. Standing, not really. But I did go through that, and
maybe that section stands when the ball is on that side of the field, right?
Right.
If you're in the red zone going to the right, your section stands because the railing is in the way.
There also, I think, was a change at some point from railings all the way through that section to plexiglass that you can look through and see. So that was I want to almost call that an upgrade, because it would have been more blocked if it had been the way that, like, my original rendering picture of our seats had looked. So, yeah, like, I don't know that was common also through the stadium. It could have been one person that was doing that. I don't know. But I saw just a handful of individuals on Twitter this weekend that felt like they were misled on that. And if even it was 5 people, 6 people, I would feel for people that were really excited to get into the stadium for the first time, pumped up, and then you sit down, and if it's something you weren't expecting in a negative way, that sucks.
Yep.
But again, I think that is probably not a very large portion of the stadium, but I don't know how much it is. Right? Is it a dozen people or is it 100 people?
Right. 803-0550. I do, of course, think the overwhelmingly large amount of review was holy cow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's amazing. And that is how I feel about it. I feel like you can land the plane on It's amazing, and also those seats with obstructed views are really a shame. And like you said, like if people feel like they were misled, that's definitely a shame. I had a thought about.
I mean, you can sell your tickets. I'm doing that for the preseason games, and when you list it, it says clear view.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't say obstructed view when you're reselling the tickets. I don't think they were labeled that way originally. I don't know if some of the, I saw some seats online where like the stands are blocking part of the field. I think that has to be listed as obstructed.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, there are spots, and
Yeah.
Is it normal? Sure, I guess it is. It happens somewhat consistently.
Yep.
The old stadium had a suite that Takeo Spikes sat in and couldn't see the field.
Right.
That was built, of course, in like the 70s, so the suites might have been built much later than that.
But my overall vibe still of Saturday was I feel like I watched everybody watch my favorite TV show for the first time that I had already seen, and I got to see them experience that first thing for the first time. Like that still was a very cool part that we had because we've been in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I had been in there for the food tasting a couple of days prior, and seeing everybody just even like looking around. Not a lot of awareness in the concourse, but it was acceptable on Saturday.
Sure. Yeah.
A lot of bumping into people, but I'm like, that's fine. They're looking out. You can see the field from the concourse now. Like, that's new. They haven't done this before.
Yep.
So
much to like. So much to like. I love the space between security and ticketing. To me, that game changer is huge. You're not going to have these large bottlenecks because there are so many entrances for tickets, and that's after everyone's already gone through security. So, like, wherever your bottlenecks would be, the number of things to do in that area as well. Again, was it treated like a kid's day because it was a blue and red? Quite possibly, but my kids are over there playing mini golf, and I checked out the spot where they've got a barbershop tent set up. They're painting or shaving Bills logos into your head if you want that as a kid or an adult, whatever. Like there's just so much to like about it. It looks incredible, and I think the Jumbotrons are crystal clear. I saw somebody complaining they're small. I did not get that impression that they're small at all. They're not Jerry World massive or SoFi massive, but the stadium is cozy and massive, and there's so much different about it than the old stadium, from the canopy to the lighting to everything. So your experience, give us a call, 803-0550. We'll go through it and talk about all the issues. Mike in Orchard Park leads us off. Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, man, I got to take both my boys to the stadium for the first time, and that was kind of an awesome experience for them because, we live right in Orchard Park, and we kind of just, they've just been seeing the stadium being built for the last couple of years. So, that was kind of a cool experience for them. For me, I had a positive experience with the stadium experience because, I'm up in the 400s, and I wanted an aisle seat. And the rep was very honest with me. She was like, well, if you take an aisle seat, there's a good chance you're going to have somewhat of obstruction of view. From the rumblings I've seen, and when I went in the actual stadium, I'm like, all right, that was the risk I was willing to take. I mean, it's a very positive experience. For the most part, I'm hoping that we're going to be able to stand in the stadium. So I mean, that's kind of something I'm very curious about come week one. I've never really sat at a Bills game, so I'm hoping I'll be able to stand. But and a lot of the flaws in the old stadium, I thought they really addressed in the new stadium.
Yeah.
Like the bathroom that was by my section there, I had at least over 40, 50 stalls in it.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping a lot of the long waits and stuff is. I don't really foresee that week one, but
Mike, did you notice? Mike, you're up in the 400. Did you notice? I feel like this is throughout the stadium. The amount of leg room / room to walk past. You're in the aisle, so people are going to be coming in and out of your row and walking past you. Mm-hmm. There's a lot more room for every person to walk up and down those rows.
Yeah, I mean, like when in the old stadium, it was just like you get a couple beers in you, and you're trying not to fall over with people walking by you. And, so, that experience is definitely going to be a nice week one. Just a lot of the flaws in the old stadium of just being outdated, I felt they really addressed. And, obviously you're going to have some people complaining. But for the most part, I feel it's going to be a positive experience for, people coming to games and, people traveling in and seeing the stadium and whatnot,
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. The concourses. The sheer volume, size, and frequency of televisions is something. It might be the single biggest upgrade in the entire stadium. Is that there are televisions to see the game if you are in the concourse everywhere, and they are every height wherever you want to be. You walk in the door. And I would say the main door, but whatever. We came in through entry 6 and 7, which is kind of by the Buffaloes in that way. And there's just TVs, giant TVs everywhere. Up on the upper deck, there's TVs that are kind of like eyesight level. You're not looking up into the heavens. They're right here. That's to go with, if you spun around 180 degrees, there's the field that you can see from pretty much everywhere. So there are so many things that are upgrades. It's funny, I saw, and maybe we'll get a lot of this today, and we can agree or disagree however you want. The old stadium had charm, and this one doesn't. Well, you just moved out of a house you loved into a new house. The charm of the old stadium was that it was the stadium, and that's really about all of the charm. I think of the idea that the old stadium had charm, like you're buying something on Facebook Marketplace, and they say like it's a really charming item. Like, was it cheap?
It's charming in the way you love that old dive bar that's got sticky floors and is dark inside, but you love it, right? That's the old trashy bar. That was kind of, to me, like, you love the old stadium. That's the same. It's the same thing basically. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing in the old stadium, I would say, that is really better than what you're seeing in the new stadium right now. Right? And unless you just don't like being that high up and like you're fear of heights.
You might. It's been a while since I've been that high up. I used to, in the old stadium, I have a ticket I had for a long time. I used to sit in the last row. I used to pride myself on, I will prefer
all the way up.
Yes. Give me the last row in my 20s. I love the last row. I want to watch the all-22 version. And, I grew up going to Syracuse basketball games where you are on the moon watching a basketball game. And, I got used to being very high up. And going on Saturday to where our seats are was kind of, for a moment, it's pretty high up. But, you settle in, and I'm like, I grew up in the upper decks.
But there really is no, to the caller's point, there is no, and curious about the TVs, it'd be hard to miss a play.
Yeah.
It'd be so much harder to miss a play.
Are there TVs in the bathrooms? I did not go into a bathroom. I don't actually know.
I went into a bathroom, but I don't remember if there was a TV.
Feels like there should be TVs in there, but maybe not. I don't know.
There are at Sabre games. I feel like there was, but I don't remember. But like we stopped and got food quick, and we just like, let's just stand here and eat. Like the little standing bar areas that are all around the stadium.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what section or what area of the field we were in. Just, let's stand here and eat. And like you could just see the field.
And think about
that's
all
not
the
watching
things...
a TV watching it. Like that's like looking over the 300 level wherever we were, because that's a shared concourse. So yeah, we were looking over top the 300 level, like perfectly see the field.
Yeah, and all the things that come with that. Instead of walking up those stairs back to your seat, spilling it on yourself, you're like, I'm just going to eat this burger right here, and then go back to my seat and not miss any of the game.
Right.
803-0550. Mike in Lakeview. Mike, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you today?
Good.
Hey, so I just wanted to tell you guys, we're in 345, which is over the visitors' entrance, and we got sold on. There's only 2 rows in our section, and I'm up against the handicap wall where like the sheriffs hang out, which was true. We absolutely did, and they told us about the canopy covering like 60%. Well, I can tell you it's not 60%. We got wet. We're on the other side of the stadium. We're obviously the lake side, the other side. We got wet, but other than that, I had no problems with anything. We were able to get drinks quick. I did not go to the bathroom, but we did walk around the whole stadium 3-4 times. I went out to the Sky Park or the Sky View or the Highmark Stadium.
Yeah.
The Sky Deck is awesome.
Yeah.
That is just an awesome view. And, like, when the vegetation's down in the wintertime and you can actually see, maybe see across the city, I think the view's going to be even better.
Oh, that part of the stadium, I'm glad you brought that up, Mike. It's the Skyline Deck. It's the 300, 400 level concourse is such that is something that just did not exist at all at the old stadium. And I don't even think you have to wait for like the leaves to fall off the trees. I think you just had a day where like we went up there and it was clear at that point. Like this is maybe 45 minutes before practice started, and it was just raining downtown. That's it. So you couldn't really see downtown because there was just weather over there. But we've been there on clear days where you can very clearly see Niagara Falls in the distance. And that'll happen this year whether the leaves have fallen or not. Like, you will be able to see the whole area and out to the lake, into the city, and then to Niagara Falls. The first time we went there, they said on a very clear day you could barely maybe make out Toronto, but I think your eyesight might have to be, like,
pretty good.
Elite, unless you have binoculars.
You don't want yeah. I don't know if mine's that good. 803-0550. Your thoughts on the stadium, your experience, your reviews. I've got way more to get to. Food options, beverage options, entry process. Looking for some of the landmark spots, right? Like I did not do a full walk around the stadium, so the next time I go, I will. I went to where my family sits. We went up to where we sit. Escalators. I'm wondering about, all that stuff when the rain and the snow does come, because that stadium is going to have snow fall into it. As Mike just mentioned, his seats got wet. When it does snow, you've got the snow melt on the top, but then there will be a footprint of snow that falls in. I mean, I'm sure they've got their processes. The field's heated, so that'll melt, and then, clear out whatever stands are there. 803-0550. The new Highmark Stadium is open. If you've been, give everyone your review. Everyone wants to hear the honest reviews of the spot, how it is, how it looks. You can do that with us here on WGR. There's also, of course, like a major controversy, if you will, controversy or online fight or in-person fight about the obstructed view seats, of which there are many. Yeah. There are many obstructed view seats. If you see the picture online of one person thinking, like, oh, that's like 8 seats in the stadium, the 400-level obstruction of the stairways is definitely more than 8 seats.
Oh, sure.
It's hundreds.
I mean, I'm in the fifth row of my section and our 2 aisle seats, and I can share my experience about going through this. Like, ours are obstructed when we are sitting down.
Yeah.
Like, there's a chunk of the field that is blocked, or you have to look through it's clear glass, right? It's different than what we originally thought it was going to be, which was railings, but clear glass you have to look through. So, I mean, the 4 rows in front of me are dealing with the same thing worse. That's 8 people right there, and then you have every section in the stadium that's doing the same thing. Like, it's hundreds of people.
Yeah. Hundreds, if not thousands, have at least some part of the field blocked by railings, by stairs, and, through the process, it's not like there was necessarily everybody went through the exact same process. You go into the what was it called?
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here
for
Awaken.
The stadium experience. Everyone walks through there. When you picked your seats, you didn't go into the stadium and stand in your seat and take a look at it.
Right.
You and I had a chance to kind of walk the stadium and see sections long before there were any sort of railings up or anything like that. But But if you picked your seats, you had to do it via a computer image. And here's this seat. All right, punch in this number. Here's this seat. Take a look at it. What do you think? And the number of seats that are obscured by those stairways, the designs of those stairways, it is a very big number. Again, a lot of people probably just made the concession of, all right, fine, I'll give away the 5-yard line right side corner because I like this seat otherwise.
Less than 1 week until preseason football for the Bills, following training camp and the return of the blue and red practice, which drew in over 51,000 fans. They also got their first dose of the new building. Ty Johnson, he suffered a leg injury. Joe Brady said we'll know more this week. And Connor McGovern and Cole Bishop also had an injury. News for the Bills' first preseason game coming up this Saturday once again. The Panthers coach, Dave Canales, said that quarterback Bryce Young and the starters, they'll play 10 to 20 snaps in the game. Around the NFL, NBC Sports Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that Aaron Donald could make a decision about his future with the Rams by the end of the week. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed dealing with an ankle injury. He didn't practice yesterday. Speaking on Inside Training Camp Live, Ian Rappaport said, "It seems like Deshaun Watson has the leg up in the Browns quarterback competition." Ravens head coach Jesse Minter said wide receiver Zay Flowers dealing with a quadricep contusion. He will miss some practice. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Phillies 7-6. The Yankees fell to the Braves 2-1. The Red Sox fell to the A's 4-3. And the Mets, they beat the Pirates 11-1. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I'm like, dang, like, this is nice. Like, who I'm saying, they got money for real, bro. That's how I'm really thinking. But I walked in, there's like fans lined up. I had my headphones in. I'm on TikTok, you know what I mean? And I'm scrolling. I looked up. I'm like, oh, wow. It's okay. Now I go in. I said, where am I going? XYZ pointed. I see stuff in the stadium. I'm like, dang, like inside. I'm like, okay, this is nice. You feel me? This is nice.
Bills corner Christian Benford on his review of the stadium. Deion Dawkins had a couple posts about it. A lot of positive reviews from the players. They're, learning their way around locker room, game day, how to get in, where to go. And they have an open practice on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Anybody wants to go, right? Tuesday?
Next Tuesday.
Next
right?
Tuesday. Next
Yeah,
Tuesday. Next Tuesday, 8:30 a.m. They open practice at the stadium if you want to go to that as well. Preseason game coming up on Saturday against the Carolina Panthers. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. 803-0550. A couple of injuries. Connor McGovern, hamstring, we think, maybe, something like that. We'll see. And Ty Johnson. Those are the two big ones to watch from practice.
Yeah, it was his leg, right?
Yep.
McGovern?
Yep.
They think hamstring?
Think so. Something like that. We'll see.
They had some snap problems later. There was a 11-on-11 stretch, which was probably the stretch I watched the most on the field, and 62 and 65, I want to say, the two centers that came in. There were a couple snaps that went. One went by Kyle Allen. There was another one where they took a false start penalty when they're doing a 2-minute drill because the snap didn't come. So, they had a couple issues on that front immediately after that happened. That was interesting to see. Like, all right, they're doing a 2-minute drill. Brady calling plays on the sidelines. Wearing shorts, by the way. Mm-hmm. He's going to do that during games?
I don't think is he allowed to?
I don't know. Coaches don't wear shorts.
Nobody wears shorts.
It'd be cool if he did. But there's a 2-minute warning. Like, okay, what are they calling? When are they calling timeouts? Allen runs on the first play. Bam, timeout after 8 yards. Like, okay, I think...
Do I like that timeout?
I don't know if I like that
We're
timeout.
practicing
I'm trying
too.
to figure that
We're
out.
practicing.
Right.
We got to
Right.
retrain our takes on when timeouts are supposed to be called.
Right. And that was the drill where Allen eventually... They had a couple plays in a row that didn't hit, and then I think they got to like a 3rd and long, and then he drilled a pass to Shakir for a touchdown.
The bomb to Shakir, I saw the end zone angle of that from the all 22, if you will.
Yeah.
And the safeties are in a blender. Like the safeties,
Yeah.
I don't know who the safety was. It was pretty far away. But the safety on the left side was like taken. And, of course, Shakir going down the field, deep down the field, is a good sign, like anything that does that. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. On the stadium, what your thoughts were, what your impressions were, give us a ring. I do think that anybody that, whatever, you've got your complaints about this or that, you've got your couple seats that, maybe a couple hundred seats that are not ideal, and the process, blah, blah, blah. But the let's say this, like the open fight within the Mafia is very much like when the Bills win a game in which the offense looks like trash. Just be happy. I am happy that they won. I also would like to point out that the offense had like 118 yards total. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm happy they got the job done. You know, one of those days where we come in on a Monday and everyone's yelling at each other about how much they should appreciate the thing that they got. Right. Like, I like it. Can I not say that I think this water fountain should work or whatever, whatever the thing is?
Sure.
And again, it is a practice.
Yeah, so, and there are little things that are, it's the first time they're doing something. There was a thing with cheeseburgers where they weren't putting them out the way they were supposed to. Like, they were being put out plain, but the board said that there was stuff on them.
Okay.
And I saw a little bit of a fight about that. Like, Kinks. That makes sense, but that's a kink you might expect
working
on
out
the first day.
Pete Welly told Sal and Matt Beauvais on It's Always Game Day there were 20,000 items on the punch list, like things to check off.
Yeah.
I can tell you what one of those was. I was in line at one of the marketplaces. You walk in security, and there's a marketplace right there with good food. Right away, good food and drink. Like the Southern Junction food place is right by where we walk in, which means I can plan on that every time we go. Mm-hmm. Here is the Texas Twinkie that you had. Here's the barbecue foldy right when I walk in whenever I want. That's amazing. In that stand, there were koozies, like lanyard koozies to hold your bottle of beer or whatever, and people wanted to buy those, and they said, we can't because we don't know what they cost. So you couldn't buy one of those yet. Like, okay, all right, well, they'll get to that. That doesn't seem like it'll be a lingering problem. I don't think that you're going to have a consistent problem where something doesn't have a price yet.
Right.
At a blue and red scrimmage, maybe at an open practice, that kind of thing might be something that comes up. So the stadium itself is incredible. Another, if you want, like the complaint line, the Nickel City jerseys are a nightmare in person. To try to see. How do they look as a jersey? This is a point we made about the rivalry jerseys. I loved the rivalry jersey when it came out individually. And then on the field, I thought, I don't like it as much as I like it just looking at it in an individual uniform. The Nickel City jersey is I'm not the biggest fan. I do like the helmet. The biggest problem I have with the Nickel City jerseys, now it's a very clear number one problem. You can't see the numbers. Mm-hmm. How am I supposed to complain when Jackson Hawes is lined up out wide if I don't know that that's Jackson Hawes?
Right.
How can I complain that Latavius Murray is in the slot if I can't see the numbers Latavius Murray? Joe, I need my complaints about who's out there out wide when I want that to be Skylar Bell instead of, Doss. Anyway, I think it's tough. It's going to be really tough for play-by-play announcers to know who's who.
Yeah.
When the Bills are playing a game in the Nickel Cities, you're going to get the wrong player identified a lot or just not identified because you can't see the numbers. Mm-hmm. So
maybe on TV that'll be a little bit better. I mean, generally it is because you're more zoomed in than you would be from most places in the stadium.
You can like a jersey and it can be a play-by-play guy's nightmare. There are plenty of jerseys in sports. Any color on color is tough. And I just picture Chris Brown calling those games, he might need binoculars to look, whereas previously you wouldn't have had to do that. Yeah. So
I also just don't I just consistently the gray, any idea to me that they'll look better on the players, they'll look better on Josh Allen. The helmet does. That's where I am at. I love the helmet. That jersey to me just does not look any better on the players than it did when you see it hanging on a hanger.
Yeah.
So
John in the car. Hey, John.
Hey, guys, I wasn't at the game or anything, but I did read a couple of comments. What about the visuals with the scoreboard? Some of the comments were that it wasn't big enough. It's kind of small. It was tough reading stuff on the board from where you were sitting. I just wanted your guys' opinion. I know from the pictures I saw, the video replay scoreboards look awfully small, so compared to Highmark. So just wondered what your opinion was of that.
I saw this post, and I do not think they are small. I think that the scoreboards are exactly the size I would have expected them to be. Now, again, you have your full video board capability, and then you section it off into here's the live video of the practice, here's some sponsor names, here's the time left in this session. They were doing that. Mm-hmm. The one post I saw on Twitter about the scoreboards, do you want to know the best way to make something look small? Take a picture of it with your phone. Right?
Yeah, ever take a picture of the moon?
take a picture
With your phone?
of the Grand Canyon with
Stinks.
your phone. It's the smallest thing you've ever seen. So if you go across the stadium and take a picture
Yeah.
of a scoreboard with your phone, it's going to look small. Being in the seats and looking at the scoreboard closest to us, I did not for a second think it's too small.
I didn't think that either. I do know like that they're smaller compared to other brand new stadiums in the NFL. And I think that would have been a decision to get more seats in there and like again, like better views in certain places. But are they I don't think they're smaller than the old stadium, like it's being pointed out there. Like maybe they are similar in size. You also have two of them now, right? Yeah, I didn't think about this as a complaint until I saw it a little bit on social media afterwards. Like I don't think it's really that big a deal, personally.
I tend to agree, but whatever. Every person's going to have their own, opinion.
If you are on one side of the field and you are looking all the way
across
over at the other, like, okay, I can kind of get there with you and like understand that a little bit.
yeah,
But
even that, like my family sits in one of the end zones and looking across at the jumbotron. This is where the number of televisions helps. Maybe I didn't notice it because I just took one step back and looked at a giant television next to me. Mm-hmm. But I sat right in those seats and didn't think for a second the scoreboard that's 150 yards away is too small. So you might think so if you're looking for the biggest one, but I didn't think so. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. We'll get Sal's thoughts on it. He was there, of course. He'll join us coming up top of the hour. We're going to talk to Del Reed, too, at 9 o'clock. I thought to myself, like, who can we get who Bills fans will know, trust? Like, I thought Del had a great tweet about it, about the stadium, a comment that his wife made about, you're told about something a million times and then you actually see it. And that's really powerful. He wrote, my wife summed it up. It's like going to the Grand Canyon. You know it's going to be amazing, but you struggle to comprehend it when you actually experience it. And yeah, I feel similarly. Like walking in, it's just whatever. It may be whether you're feeling they're going to be here for a long time. You're old enough to remember they maybe were going to move. The idea of a brand new stadium, feeling like we'll never get one of those. We're always going to have an old 1970s concrete structure that we have to be charmed about. And there were things about that stadium that we loved and memories in there. But, the new house, it needs some memories. If opening night against the Lions, they do something spectacular and we're running out of there chanting singing the shout song, memory number one. So it's coming up in about a month. 803-0550 is the number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
because if that first row stands up, and if I'm in the first row, I'm standing up so I can see over the railing. Mm-hmm. Now what's the person in row 2 doing?
Standing up.
Okay, the person in row 3. Now it's going all the way down the section behind you.
Hey, Stinky Joe here for signals.
Personally and
driving
selfishly,
around
I
means
hope
one
that's
thing.
the case.
You're
Because
filling
if
up
not,
your gas tank
I
more
do have a
often,
chunk
so
of my field
why not
that'll
make
be
every gallon
blocked.
count? Got a place
It's
you need to know
sitting.
about Signals.
Standing,
Signals is the lowest price
not really.
guarantee
But
on
I did
gas
go through
and
that,
tobacco, so
and
maybe
you
that
do
section
find a lower
stands
price
when the ball
anywhere
is
else.
on
Signals
that
will
side of the
match
field,
it.
right?
And if
Right.
you're looking
If you're
for
in the red
variety, they got you
zone
covered
going to
there
the
too.
right,
Signals
your
has
section
massive, fully
stands
stocked
because the
selection of
railing is in
vapes,
the way.
tobacco
There also, I
products,
think, was a change
tobacco
at some
free
point
pouches,
from
all the same,
railings all the way through
unbeatable
that section
low
to
prices. So
plexiglass
go to Signals,
you can
download
look
the brand new
through
Signals
and
app
see.
today,
So
sign up.
that
You get
was
10 cents off per gallon in your next
upgrade.
fill up if you do
So it
that.
would've been more
Plus, you'll
blocked if
unlock
it had been the way
deals,
that, like, my
reward points,
original
spend like
rendering
cash.
picture
All
of
you
our
gotta do is search
seats had
Signal
looked.
stores on your phone.
So,
check daily
I
gas
don't know that
prices,
that was
find
common
exclusive
also through
weekly
the stadium. It could
specials
have
and
been
more.
one person that was
And
doing
all
that.
of
I don't
is
know.
downloading
but
the Signals
I saw
app
just
today. Get all
a
that
handful of
for just
individuals
downloading the app
on
Better yet,
Twitter this weekend.
Head down Route 20 in
that
Irving or Route 417
like
in Killbuck.
they were
Save some
misled on
serious
that,
money.
and if even
for
it
more
was
details,
5
check out
people, 6 people,
knowyoursignals.com.
I would feel for people that were really excited to get into the stadium for the first time, pumped up, and then you sit down, and if it's something you weren't expecting in a negative way, that sucks.
Yep.
But again, I think that is probably not a very large portion of the stadium, but I don't know how much it is. Right? Is it a dozen people or is it 100 people?
Right. 803-0550. I do, of course, think the overwhelmingly large amount of review was holy cow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's amazing. And that is how I feel about it. I feel like you can land the plane on it's amazing, and also those seats with obstructed views are really a shame. And like you said, like if people feel like they were misled, that's definitely a shame. I had a thought about.
I mean, you can sell your tickets. I'm doing that for the preseason games, and when you list it, it says clear view.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't say obstructed view when you're reselling the tickets. I don't think they were labeled that way originally. I don't know if some of the, I saw some seats online where, the stands are blocking part of the field. I think that has to be listed as obstructed.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. Stadium's open for business, and the Carolina Panthers come in on Saturday. Then a week of joint practices with the Browns ahead of a game against the Browns for the preseason. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen's still good. I'm gonna buy a little. If let's do the training camp hype thing, where if you were to buy a little training camp hype, you don't have to say you believe it, but I do think Josh Palmer looked pretty good in that practice. I thought Josh Palmer looked pretty good.
He made a couple plays.
Yeah, I thought he looked
like a starting receiver.
I thought maybe it's healthy. Maybe it's all he needs to be is healthy. But Bill's picked up a couple of injuries. I found this interesting from our buddy Thigh Doctor on Twitter that I learned today, and I trust this information because it's not really reporting any injury, but just if in fact a Bills player suffered a hamstring injury, which we're waiting to see. Thigh Doctor pointed out that while the headlines of turf are about ACL injuries, that on grass you're more likely to suffer a hamstring injury. One of the surfaces is too grippy, and one you're more likely to slip. And with grass, you're more likely to get a hamstring injury. Maybe the Bills had a couple of hamstring injuries on the grass.
Mm-hmm.
They also practice on the grass at Fisher, too. So, anyway, not blaming it, just I learned that today.
Saw a couple nice plays of Kincaid also in practice. Allen did have 4 interceptions, I saw listed. I saw 2 of them. I don't know where the other 2 came from.
Back-to-back games with 4 turnovers.
Yeah. One of them was really bad, but it was like one of those where he probably got sacked before he ever would have thrown the ball, so really it should have gone down as a sack more than an interception.
It must be tough to be a defensive lineman because if you have a great camp, you finish with 0 sacks.
Right.
Like, I was there 100 times.
Guys, if I wanted to, I would have had, you know how many times I would have hit Josh?
Right. Meanwhile, if
in
you're a
training camp?
receiver, it's like, I caught 12 touchdowns. Like, well, 10 of them might have been after a sack.
Right.
It's tough for a defender in camp. Connor in Cheektowaga. Hey, Connor.
Hey, guys. What's up? Just kind of wanted to call about the stadium. Saw a lot of complaining, and it's like, we got a brand new stadium. We got the best player in football, and all our fans want to do is complain about everything. It's just like, can we just step back and enjoy the moment a little bit?
I don't think
that's really all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Connor.
guys.
I don't think that's all fans want to do. I think most fans, even that have their complaints, are prefacing it with, the stadium is incredible and glad we have it, but maybe I paid a couple $1,000 and my view is a little bit more blocked than I was led to believe. Or the scoreboard's a little smaller than I thought. I don't think anyone's going scorched earth on like, oh, this is a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that, like, this is, I don't know, to your point about I don't think everyone's complaining. I think the overwhelming reviews are positive and people are kind of blown away. If I go to that stadium with Josh Allen as quarterback and I order a beer and I open it and it's empty, am I allowed to complain about it? Like, the beer, there was nothing in it. Oh, Josh Allen's the quarterback. What are you worried about? I paid for a beer. Or this hamburger was missing a burger.
Beer selection, another upgrade. Definite in the upgrade category.
Lots of things are good. Sal coming up at 7. Matt Perino of the Shout Podcast at 8. He did a little video tour of the stadium. Del Reed at 9. We're getting all angles of it. What you thought of the stadium. Maybe you didn't go and you're trying to soak it all up, get it all the info, what areas you want to see. I did not go see the Giant Buffalo yet. Maybe I'll save that for opening night when they're all lit up.
I saw them from the skyline deck, and the Charges had like a blue light show thing going on. So, like the Charges that were on the Buffalo statues were all lit up.
Yeah. Jeremy and Joe, Sal coming up to recap practice, the injury update as well as we roll on here. Happy Monday. Welcome back here on WGR. There's also, of course, like a major controversy, if you will, controversy or online fight or in-person fight about the obstructed view seats, of which there are many. Yeah. There are many obstructed view seats. If you see the picture online of one person thinking, like, oh, that's like 8 seats in the stadium, the 400-level obstruction of the stairways is definitely more than 8 seats.
Oh, sure.
It's hundreds.
I mean, I'm in the fifth row of my section and our 2 aisle seats, and I can share my experience about going through this. Like, ours are obstructed when we are sitting down.
Yeah.
Like, there's a chunk of the field that is blocked, or you have to look through it's clear glass, right? It's different than what we originally thought it was going to be, which was railings, but clear glass you have to look through. So, I mean, the 4 rows in front of me are dealing with the same thing worse. That's 8 people right there, and then you have every section in the stadium that's doing the same thing. Like, it's hundreds of people.
Yeah. Hundreds, if not thousands, have at least some part of the field blocked by railings, by stairs, and, through the process, it's not like there was necessarily everybody went through the exact same process. You go into the, what was it called? The experience?
The stadium experience.
Thank you, the stadium experience. Everyone walks through there. When you picked your seats, you didn't go into the stadium and stand in your seat and take a look at it.
Right.
You and I had a chance to kind of walk the stadium and see sections long before there were any sort of railings up or anything like that. But But if you picked your seats, you had to do it via a computer image. And here's this seat. All right, punch in this number. Here's this seat. Take a look at it. What do you think? And the number of seats that are obscured by those stairways, the designs of those stairways, It is a very big number. Again, a lot of people probably just made the concession of, all right, fine, I'll give away like the 5-yard line right side corner because I like this seat otherwise.
Less than 1 week until preseason football for the Bills following training camp and the return of the blue and red practice, which drew in 51,807 fans who also got their first dose of the new building. Ty Johnson, he suffered a leg injury at practice. Joe Brady said we'll know more this week. Connor McGovern and Cole Bishop also left practice with an injury. News for the Bills' first preseason game this Saturday. Panthers coach Dave Canales said quarterback Bryce Young and the starters, they'll play 10 to 20 snaps. Around the NFL, NBC Sports Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that Aaron Donald could make a decision about his future with the Rams by the end of the week. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed dealing with an ankle injury. He did not practice on Sunday. Speaking on Inside Training Camp Live, Ian Rappaport said, it seems like Deshaun Watson has the leg up in the Browns quarterback competition. And Ravens head coach Jesse Minter said that wide receiver Zay Flowers dealing with a quadricep contusion will miss some practice. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Phillies 7-6. The Yankees fell to the Braves 2-1. The Red Sox, they fell to the A's 4-3. And the Mets, they beat the Pirates 11-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Mr. Sal Capaccio, he's off this week, by the way. He's on with us. That's the kind of guy Sal is.
Yeah, so what does this count as?
dialed
So
up?
technically he's,
All right.
He's not off this second.
Right.
He's off the week.
He's kind of off this week, but he's on
Yeah.
with us because the Bills had a practice. Highmark Stadium opened up for the return of the blue and red, and obviously a lot of people in attendance. And Sal, Joe and I had the same takeaway, which was like, you actually did watch practice, so we got to talk about what happened in front of all those people.
Yeah. I'm. It's one of those deals where I'm kind of, sort of, I am off, but I always say, like, I'm available. If something happens with the team and, you need to talk, we can. I just don't think I'll be able to do it while in the, first base dugout of a game at All-Star Village. But otherwise, I'll be okay.
Yeah, so Cooperstown, how high are the stakes in this tournament?
It's something you do once in your lifetime, essentially, when you're 12 years old, 12U, and it's not a qualification type of tournament. Like, anybody can do it, but it's the pinnacle of your real Little League. Because next year, when you're 13, my son will be 13 next year, you kind of graduate to the big field, the senior field. It's, modified and junior high. This is the last year of Little League, so everything culminates into this. So as far as the stakes, sure, you want to do well. You just don't know who you're going to play against. We have 3 teams representing our league, North Buffalo. I know Lancaster had a really nice time out here. Recently, they came out and really represented well, and a team from Lou Gehrig did, and a bunch of other teams. This is our week out here, and there's 94 teams this week, guys, while we're here. And one of them will be playing a team from Utah, Southern California. You never know what you're going to get. And then, you play 2 games Tuesday, 2 games Wednesday, 2 games Thursday. It's playoffs start Friday. You get into different brackets, and it's just a great, great time. The best part is, or the worst part, however you want to look at it, for me, I'm gonna have a good time. The teams, all the kids, they stay in Army barracks on the campus. It's like you talk about hard knock life. That's what this is, and I got to do the same thing since I'm a coach.
Well, enjoy it. You get away for a little bit. The Bills, of course, will be practicing here in Buffalo now. Training camp at St. John Fisher's over. They had the blue and red. And Sal, take us through your day, whether it's getting there. I know you showed people around the stadium a little bit, people you talked to. You're going to be on, where were you, the press box, the field? Like, how did it work for this practice for you guys?
Yeah, so a little bit different than a game. Next week will be just basically in the press box. For this particular practice, it was treated like a practice because it is. So just like at St. John Fisher, media was allowed on the field to watch practice up close. So that's where I was. Now, I did go to the press box because I want to get the lay of the land, so to speak, on how things will work on game day and in my role. So some media did stay in the press box to watch practice, maybe just an easier work environment for them.
Yeah.
Some media like me went down on the field, walked around, covered practice like normal, watched some video. I actually also did a little TV work for Channel 4, so I was able to go into the suite where we did the TV shots. So that gave me an opportunity to kind of see it from that angle. My wife and son were at the game in their seats, so I went and saw where they were sitting. So I tried to kind of take it in from all different angles and respects, guys. And once I got there, though, before all of this happened, I walked outside, and I had not seen the Buffalo yet, the Bisons. I hadn't seen them yet. And I went outside and did that and saw the people taking pictures and video. I did some of myself, the family circle, what that was like. I just kind of tried to take in a lot of the things that I want to see while fans are doing it as well and what, they're seeing. And then field club area behind the bench, very interesting. A lot of people there. That is something a lot of these teams are doing now with that field club area in all different ways. And the Bills had it, and you could go inside there, and I did, and I posted a video on X of what that was like for the people who have access there. So that was me. And then I watched practice, like, you normally watch practice. Yeah. And it rained, and that was a change because in the old stadium, the only way to get out of the rain was literally run down the tunnel. In this one, there were a couple different overhangs and different, corners. One of them I stood under and was able to still kind of watch practice pretty well from being under that spot and trying to stay dry.
Mm-hmm. I think that was something, Sal, that people learned about on Saturday is when it's raining. Like, we know that there is, 60 to 70% of the fans that are covered by the canopy. It just might be a different 60 to 70% than you thought because you could see it. Like, one side of the stadium, there was pretty much nothing, and the other side of the stadium, there was, the wind blowing it towards.
Yeah, and it's funny, Joe, you say that because who knew we were going to get that, right? We got a real, living, real life kind of look at what that is like when the rain is coming down or inclement weather. And when that happened, I get under the overhang and I'm watching practice. And you could see the people who were not covered go, okay, I'm getting out of this. And they go up top. And you could see the line of demarcation from where the covering was and where it wasn't because how many people just kind of stopped right there and just said, okay, I'm good right here. I'll just turn around and watch the game. I'll sit in a seat that's up here. So that was interesting. One other note that I made, when the stadium opened, I don't know when you guys got in. Were you like right in one of the first people in?
No.
When you went in?
No, we waited a good amount of time. Doors opened at 5, right?
Yeah.
They set off fireworks at 5. There are also fireworks at 6.
We got in there like just before 6 o'clock, I think.
Okay, so right at 5 o'clock, the fireworks went off. And, just my experience in all these stadiums before the game, when the 2 hours hits before the game and the gates open, fans come in and they rush down to the wall generally. This is at most stadiums. Rush down to the wall. They just want to get there. They want to get as close to the players and the field as possible. Maybe they don't have a seat down there. It's their only chance. That kind of didn't happen here. You know what happened here? Everybody ran in, and all of a sudden, you just saw people stopping at like the top of the first level and just taking selfies and videos. And no one was coming down to the field until they kind of got all of their pictures and their selfies and their videos. And that was kind of cool to watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, that's walking around, getting all your spots, your views, your bathroom, your beer stand, your hot dog stand.
Yeah.
And local flavors, so, like, maybe the food you want is 2 sections over. It's not always going to be the same in the same cookie-cutter stuff. Sal, I mean, I half the reason I didn't get in, you said, like, what time did you go in, was because maybe other people have this experience. Walking through the security gates, we spent another 45 minutes just walking around that area, where now security and ticketing are separate, and food, music, drinks, things to do, activations, I believe is the term like a football team would use here. There are a lot of activations before you even go into the stadium where the ticketed portion is.
Right, and from what I understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe, want to make sure because my wife was explaining this to me. When you go have security, but you don't get ticketed until you get in the building, right?
Yes,
is that right?
That's right. So if you want to go with friends, you don't have a ticket yet. You just go through security, and you don't go into the building yet. You go into like the footprint, but not the building. You can hang out and, all right, I'll see you after the game, and then go home.
I think we knew like that part of it, but the action of doing it is a little different than what we're used to, right?
Yeah.
Of like, you're right. Oh, wait a minute. You can hang out. However, if you want to go outside for any reason, you kind of can't do that. That's the reentry, right? Because the ticketing portion is right there, the building itself. So, that part of it, at the old stadium, you could kind of go up the 100 staircase and go out and then walk around because everything was outdoors there. And if you want to get around here, you don't have to because you stay inside the circumference of the stadium. You can watch everything, get from point A to point B, and just go around there. So you're not going outside the stadium to do that, and you kind of can't do that because that's where the ticketing is inside the stadium.
How about the players, Sal? Like their reviews of it. One thing about this stadium that's different is that the fans certainly feel closer to the field. Did the players and the ones you talk to and whatever reviews you've seen from the player side of it have that sense that they feel the fans more?
For sure. And, I think most players who've been here are already anticipating and know that this is a loud fan base no matter what. And even some that we talked to, Dawson Knox, Spencer Brown, like they talked about how quickly the noise and energy is like on top of you. And then you talk to guys like, and I wrote an article on Bradley Chubb and DJ Moore both, who come from other teams. And Bradley Chubb has played here, by the way, 4 times as a visitor, all losses. DJ Moore 1 time as a visitor, not in this stadium, but they were both, very kind of, impressed, blown away, whatever. The energy the quotes that they said about playing in front of this fan base and already feeling it just inside of a practice like this. There's no doubt. The one difference is, yes, you're more kind of on top of the field as a fan. The wall is higher, but as you guys know, it's pitched up. So, like, you go to the wall and you can kind of feel the fans above you, but you're also, the wall before was lower, so you walk over there, and now like, you could stand against the wall and the fans are still, above your head. And I'm, I don't know, I'd have to get the exact measurements. I don't know if you go like 6 feet or whatever above your head, you have the fans there, whereas the old wall, that wasn't the case. But now, like, you're there and everybody's just right on top of you because it's so pitched.
Mm-hmm. The grass and everything, though, favorable reviews from the players?
Yeah, that was a big deal, Joe. Like that, a lot of players, talked about, and we asked them about like playing on grass versus turf. And to a man, Bradley Chubb was the only one. He was like, I'll play anywhere.
So
I love the grass.
I think I saw an NFLPA poll that was like 96-4. Like percentage. Yeah. And honestly, like 4% to me, or maybe it was 5 or 7%, whatever it was. But I thought like, okay, there's some guys that actually prefer turf. But so Chubb is one that kind of didn't care.
He didn't care. It wasn't like he preferred turf. He was the only guy I spoke to who I asked him about like how great it was to play on grass, and he's like, I'll play anywhere. It doesn't really bother me. But everybody else was like, oh my God, like we have been waiting for this. This is so great to play all these games on grass that we're going to be at home, plus all the away games instead of, he's like, they're like, more than half the games now we have will be on grass, and how many teams are going to have turf. Very, very important to a lot of these guys. I had a conversation, really interesting conversation with Dawson Knox that I reminded him of another conversation. I said, Dawson, I want to remind you of a conversation we had literally 3 years ago tonight. So 3 years ago when at the open practice, so it would have been like 2023, I remember, I said, that new stadium, when they finally get it, that's going to have, because he said something to me. I don't remember, like something happened in the open practice, and maybe like the turf, something happened where, I don't know if it's he was injured, but, and I said, the new stadium is going to have grass. And he goes, well, we got to get there first, Sal, but you're right. That's going to be awesome. And I said, I think you meant it in two ways. Like, okay, that I can't wait to play on grass, but who knows what's going to happen with me in 3 years from now? I said, look at you now. You just re-signed. And he said, you're right. He said, I didn't know if I was going to be here. And, we decided, okay, this is good for us. We're going to stay here. Things worked out contractually. And now we're playing on grass, and it's a totally different ball game. And he said, I hope that, can stay here for a while, because this is going to be obviously helpful and better for everybody's career.
Okay. Meanwhile, he leaves injured, right? Connor McGovern early in that practice.
That was Dawson Knox I was talking about.
Okay, I'm sorry. My mistake. That's Dawson Knox, right. I guess McGovern could have been in the same boat, like not sure if he's going to be here, and he is here. McGovern, hamstring. I don't know if it's hamstring. There's some speculation it might be something like that, leg injury. Haven't heard anything. But Sal, take us through take us through the injury report, which is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Car crash, you got to call the Barnes Firm, 1-800-8-MILLION.
Well, Connor McGovern, as you said, pulled up, and there's a lot of indications it could be a hamstring, but we don't know that yet from anything from the team has said. We'll get official word at some point from Joe Brady. And what happened was there was an interception, and Christian Benford was running down the right sideline. If you're going, the defensive right sideline, McGovern was chasing, and they're not tackling these guys, but he's running back, and then suddenly you just saw him kind of pull up and limp, and you're like, oh, what happened there? I thought initially he might have twisted something, but then he went down to the ground, and it could very well be a hamstring. We'll see. And if it is, it could be, that those things can linger. And then you're talking about, what does that look like for week one? Cedric Van Pran Granger is a main backup. They did side Lloyd Cushenberry. He's a main backup. They would fight for that spot, I'm sure. But let's also remember you have Alec Anderson fighting for left guard. You could move him to center if you really want to have him play, and you want to have Austin Corbett. So there's some options there, but we'll see about Connor McGovern. And then Ty Johnson, he went down early in practice. There was a one-on-one rep with Joe Andrees, and I'm sure people have seen some of the film some of the video that some of the fans were shooting about it. Couldn't tell exactly what happened to him. He took a step. He went down pretty quickly to the turf. He was not touched, but again, could be something that, he slipped and twisted something. Could be something more serious. We don't know. Joe Brady didn't have an update on him. He did walk very slowly. Both guys did, walk off on their own power. But Ty Johnson walked off with his arm over head athletic trainer Nate Bresky, and they were walking very, very slowly. McGovern walked off in his own power as well. So we'll get updates on that. Max Harrison did not practice. He's missed a couple of practices now in a row, but Joe Brady indicated a couple of days ago that it wasn't serious. They were just kind of being precautionary when he first went out. Same thing with Mitch Wishnowsky, a punter. He's in a battle with Tommy Doman Jr., and I would think Tommy has the leg up, so to speak, no pun intended, because he's a rookie draft pick that they invested in. Mitch Wishnowsky did not practice. There is some maybe not quite clarification on Cole Bishop. I think at the end, there's some people that noticed he was not in the final several plays and series and reps, but there was nothing indicative of him leaving early. I also didn't see him on the field afterwards, so there could be something there with Cole Bishop we'll have to investigate.
Okay. Johnson, Sal, he's had his role for a couple of years now as the third down back, blocking back, receptions, of course, as well. If anything were to be wrong with him, I don't think the Bills would have to make a roster move or anything. They've got Frank Gore Jr. back there, but I would wonder if that would be, all right, let's really open this up with James Cook, or if they feel like Ray Davis is as that role of a running back. It's not like he hasn't done it, but it's kind of a niche running back spot. You're really a third down back, and it's more about the receiving part and the blocking. if they would feel like, yeah, Ray Davis can do that part of a running back role.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Joe. Certainly, Ray Davis would elevate to the number 2 kind of clear-cut guy. I think you're right about that, if that's the case. You do have Frank Gore Jr. I think people forget, I think it was a really big loss. The Bills did not have Ty Johnson in the playoffs last year. He didn't play against Jacksonville, and Frank Gore Jr. played, and he actually caught a pass. He didn't play against Denver. Now, I know the Bills scored a bunch of points against Denver. I actually think they could have controlled the game a little more on offense if they have a guy like Ty Johnson, right? I mean, he's just such a guy back there that allows you to do a little bit more in the passing game with the running backs. He's good in pass protection, so maybe the game just flows a little differently. If you have a guy like that, you can kind of game plan a little bit differently on what you want to do, especially against a team that has a pretty good pass rush. So he's an important player. Ray Davis would become, to me, the number 2 guy there. And then you'd have a battle, to me, between Frank Gore Jr. and Ian Wheeler. I think Frank Gore Jr. would be the guy who would have the better opportunity, I guess, to make the squad, to be that third guy. He's been in the offense and in the system now for a few years. This team knows him. Again, he's had good preseasons. He's looked good. They've developed him. But Ian Wheeler is coming off the American Bowl MVP at the UFL, I believe it is. I think that's what they call it, the American Bowl. Mm-hmm. And he's a guy that can, that's flashed at times. So, yeah, you hope that Ty Johnson's okay. But if not, then I think Ray Davis becomes that number 2 guy, and it's most likely Frank Gore Jr., but probably a battle there.
Meanwhile, Sal, on the field, there was another big play down. The fans got to saw to DJ Moore, who was running, 40 yards down the field. Are we at a point where that's happening at least like once a practice? Allen finding Moore somewhere down the field?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's partly intentional, meaning he really wants to throw the ball at DJ Moore because they're trying to get that chemistry. I also think it's partly intentional that they're just going vertical more, Joe. I think they are going to be a more vertical passing attack this year. We talk a lot about the running backs being involved in the passing game. That's true, but it's not because they're just going to be dumping things down. I think that will be a little bit more by design this year than what we've seen. I do think that the Bills will be pushing the ball down the field more. I think we've seen that. There was another one to Khalil Shakir. Really nice play. He threaded the needle there. I think that was in 2 minutes during the practice, but you're right. Another big play to DJ Moore down the field. And, if we had to come up with, camp MVPs, I think DJ Moore could very well be the training camp MVP to this point. He has just been sensational, and he seems to, be making plays every day, as you point out, with Josh Allen.
Sal, it's the Bills against the Bills in practice. Everyone kind of understands that. Every good play comes at the expense of somebody that's on the Bills. Would you say that, as we're looking for this defense to come together, that right now in the secondary there have been, I don't know about more breakdowns than years past, but you're talking about this team going vertical a lot more, and whether that's the presence of DJ Moore or just Joe Brady kind of tweaking the offense, do you feel like the secondary has work to do, or is it depth because Hairston's not out there and because they've had injuries at safety a little bit, C.J. Gardner-Johnson missed a couple days, I don't know. I'm not looking to make a big controversy out of it, but do you think the secondary is still very much coming together?
For sure. I mean, that is happening, number 1, because of the scheme. It is a scheme that everybody's kind of learning together. Number 2, there have been a couple of injuries. Max Hairston's out right now, as we said. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is back in. But I think more than anything, Jeremy, just by the nature of the scheme, and you guys know, I said this months ago, and I still believe this after everything I've seen. This Buffalo Bills defense is going to make far more critical big plays than we've seen them make in the last several years. They're also going to give up more big plays than we've seen them. I think it's just going to be the nature of the beast, guys, to be honest with you. Now, I do think, to this point you're making, Jeremy, right now, as, do you remember Jim Leonard the other day was asked about that catch DJ Moore had between 3 guys, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
He's like, well, if it's not practice, maybe you hit the ball away. I do think there's a bit of that. Nobody's hitting the guy. You're trying to tackle him. You're trying to get your hands on him. But it is a different feel when it's a practice and you're not taking guys to the ground. And you got to be careful. You do not want to, injure your players. You want to be around the ball. You want to make the play. But it is not full speed. Make sure you hit that guy as soon as the ball arrives. That would change a few of these plays, I do believe.
That's right. And the pass rush is not finishing plays.
100%.
Yeah, right.
And in fact, I think on this play, I think it was this one, Somebody.
So DJ
maybe
Moore
Zane
play.
Durant?
I thought it was TJ Sanders had a good look on the
TJ Sanders. Zane Durant didn't practice, by the way. That's what is in my. TJ Sanders might have gotten to Josh Allen on this play.
Yeah.
Like he might have sacked him, but you're right about that. But I'm telling you, like everything we've known about the philosophy of a Sean McDermott defense for 9 years just has to be completely thrown out, and we have to rewire our brain for how we view the Buffalo Bills defense. This defense is going to be attacking. It's going to be aggressive, and they are going to not necessarily live and die with the big play, but it's got to be one of those. It's kind of like Josh Allen on offense, especially early in his career. You're going to make some plays that are, oh my gosh, that's great, game altering. We needed that. And there's going to be some times where you go, oh my God, they gave that up. It's just going to happen. And I think we all have to be prepared for that.
Yeah, right. There was years there where they hadn't given up a big play, right? Like
That's right.
I mean, Nico Collins caught one against the Bills like 2 years ago, and I remember everyone going like, we haven't seen a play like that in 3 years on this defense. I wonder.
And remember when that happened was when Cole Bishop was a rookie and came in.
Right.
And there was a miscommunication.
Right. Right. That wasn't like Hayden Poyer back there that was given up against. I wonder, say, like, not to say he's struggling at all at camp. There's more play he's there, but I don't know how many others. But, like, this is a very big test for Christian Benford. Like, it's a very different defense for him. And if they're talking about, you know, more aggressive and playing more man coverage, I don't know if they'll go full bore, you know, play him like Pat Surtain, who they would just, like, you got this guy, you're on your own, and, like, we've committed one side of the field to just you've got it handled. But he's probably being tested more, I would think, than he would have been in a Sean McDermott defense where, again, like, you know, he's usually got backup.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. And I don't know if they'll go with that either, because, you know, the Bills have in previous defenses just basically said, okay, you're left, you're right, that's how we play it. At times you may have a matchup situation. I would think they'd match up in certain situations, but Christian Benford hasn't been, you know, he's not known as just travel guy around man-to-man, just follow a guy all the time. He's a guy that can play in all, like, kind of schemes, man-to-man zone. He's very solid. He understands what he's supposed to do. You love having him. He just signed that contract extension. I'm interested, too, in seeing that. The other guy this is a test for right now without Max out there is IGB. And I think Max Harrison has clearly been better than IGB throughout camp. But with IGB out there now, he's getting valuable reps. And as this season goes on, we've talked about, you know, what does that look like with those two? So, yeah, I hear you guys on the secondary point, and I just think it's something we're going to have to see, and they're going to make big plays, but there's going to be times this year where, and at the end of the year, you're going to look down and say, let me look at the number of 20-plus pass plays given up. Wow, there was a spike compared to what they've had this year. Well, there also is going to be probably, to me, a spike in batted balls. There was a game last year they had literally had one pass breakup. It was against the New England Patriots. And they still only gave up. That was the home game that they lost, that Keon fumbled early. The Patriots didn't score a lot of points because the Bills' philosophy is keep everything in front of you. But they didn't get their hand on footballs, though. The whole night, they didn't get their hand on footballs one time, but they just kept everything in front of them and tried to make tackles. That's what's going to change this year. What's going to change is it's like, no, go get the football. Get your hand on it. But you know what happens then? When you do that, boy, if you miss, you're at risk of giving up a big play.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, thank you very much. We'll chat in the future. You're kind of off,
right?
but available. So enjoy the time and best of luck to the team.
All right, you got it. Paul Hamilton will be on top of things while I'm here, but I'll be checking in with you guys.
All right, Paul covering practice for us. It's our beat reporter, Sal Capaccio, on the Western Hotline. Bills home now in Orchard Park, practicing at the field house, maybe in the stadium, maybe Tyler Bass out there kicking. There was some wind in the stadium. Right? Wind confusion is a thing to try and mitigate the wind, but some wind, some breeziness in there.
I felt a breeze at a couple points when we were on the concourse, but I don't think I ever felt it when we were in our seats.
Yeah. 803-0550. Rob, stick with us when we get your thought on the other side. If you have a review, tell us about your experience, about your seat, about what this new stadium looks like to you, if it lives up to it. If you have yet to be there, well, you know, maybe you'll get a time this week against the Carolina Panthers or against the Steelers or sometime in the regular season. But the first 50,000 people are in, and a lot of rave reviews. Of course, some pretty loud complaints that I think are justified. So we'll hear from anybody that wants to give us their opinion. 803-0550 on WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Gorfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
Because if that first row stands up, and if I'm in the first row, I'm standing up so I can see over the railing.
Mm-hmm.
Now what's the person in row 2 doing?
Standing up.
Okay, the person in row 3. Now it's going all the way down the section behind you. And that, I mean, personally and selfishly, I hope that's the case, because if not, like, I do have a chunk of my field that'll be blocked if sitting. Standing, not really.
Mm-hmm.
But I did go through that, and
maybe that section stands when the ball is on that side of the field, right?
Right.
If you're in the red zone going to the right, your section stands because the railing is in the way.
There also, I think, was a change at some point from railings all the way through that section to plexiglass that you can look through and see. So that was I want to almost call that an upgrade, because it would have been more blocked if it had been the way that, like, my original rendering picture of our seats had looked. So, yeah, like, I don't know that was common also through the stadium. It could have been one person that was doing that. I don't know. But I saw just a handful of individuals on Twitter this weekend that felt like they were misled on that. And if even it was 5 people, 6 people, I would feel for people that were really excited to get into the stadium for the first time, pumped up, and then you sit down, and if it's something you weren't expecting in a negative way, that sucks.
Yep.
But again, I think that is probably not a very large portion of the stadium, but I don't know how much it is. Right? Is it a dozen people or is it 100 people?
Right. 803-0550. I do, of course, think the overwhelmingly large amount of review was holy cow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's amazing. And that is how I feel about it. I feel like you can land the plane on it's amazing, and also those seats with obstructed views are really a shame. And like you said, like if people feel like they were misled, that's definitely a shame. I had a thought about.
I mean, you can sell your tickets. I'm doing that for the preseason games, and when you list it, it says clear view.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't say obstructed view when you're reselling the tickets. I don't think they were labeled that way originally. I don't know if some of the, I saw some seats online where like the stands are blocking part of the field. I think that has to be listed as obstructed.
Yeah.
Less than 1 week until preseason football for the Bills, following training camp and the return of the blue and red practice, which drew in over 51,000 fans who got their first dose of the new building. Ty Johnson, he suffered a leg injury at practice. Joe Brady said we'll know more this week. Connor McGovern and Cole Bishop also left practice with injury. News for the Bills, first preseason game this coming Saturday. The Panthers coach Dave Canales said that quarterback Bryce Young and the starters, they'll play 10 to 20 snaps. Around the NFL, NBC Sports Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that Aaron Donald could make a decision about his future with the Rams by the end of the week. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed, dealing with the ankle injury, did not practice yesterday. Ravens head coach Jesse Minter said wide receiver Zay Flowers, dealing with a quadricep contusion, will miss some practice. And speaking on Inside Training Camp Live, Ian Rappaport said it seems like Deshaun Watson has the leg up in the Browns quarterback competition. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Phillies 7-6. The Yankees, they fell to the Braves 2-1. The Red Sox fell to the A's 4-3. And the Mets, they beat the Pirates 11-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Oh, it's amazing. First time opening the stadium for everybody. Even the people in the 400s was going crazy. So I'm loving it here, and this stadium's going to be rocking.
DJ Moore. Caught a big one down the field. Might not have got the throw off if they're playing live quarterback, live defensive line. Sal kind of mentioned that TJ Sanders was in the neighborhood of Josh Allen. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Joe and I were just in the break discussing Connor McGovern and how he may have a hamstring injury. We'll see. People seem to think it's something of that nature. When the Bills get an update, we'll have a better idea. And let's just hope it's a quick timeline, because of all the games I would not want the starting center to miss. On the road in Houston is probably the number one game. I want my offensive line intact. I want my center available in the opener. So if McGovern's timeline is short, great. If it's, again, we don't have any idea, but if they were to say 4 to 6 weeks, I would think 4, okay, 6, bad news. That is a house of horrors, and the Texans' pass rush is going to be better. Their defense is maybe going to be better.
Yeah, they added Clowney.
They drafted a defensive tackle, a guy that the Bills have been mocked many times, Caden McDonald. They had Jadeveon Clowney.
Yep.
And I just hope Connor McGovern's available for that game. That's all.
I will say the book on McDonald was that he could not rush the passer at all at Ohio State.
So he can stop the run, though?
He was a run guy.
All right, well, I feel like the Texans couldn't possibly rush the passer any better.
Right.
We should take Josh Allen gets out of that game without an injury, regardless of outcome.
Yeah.
I know the Bills, of course, they can beat the Texans, and who knows about C.J. Stroud.
The Bills did also add a center who has started 6 years in the league at center, and also was Joe Brady starting center at LSU when they won the national championship. However, just because a guy has been starting does not necessarily mean he is good. Lloyd Cushenberry ranked out of 40 centers at PFF last year 36th. So why is he not starting anymore in the league? Why is he battling with Cedric Van Granger for a backup job in Buffalo? Because he probably wasn't a very good starting center.
Yeah. Well, let's hope. Would be my guess. Get well, Connor McGovern. Hope you're okay.
Yeah.
Most important player right now, to get back. So we'll see if there's an injury update from the Bills today. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Get a couple of calls in here. Rob in Hamburg is up next. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, guys. So I didn't go, but I'm on social media, and I'm seeing all of the stuff about the obstructed views, and I kind of looked at it and seen it. It's everywhere. It's making national news, not just on social media, but Yahoo Sports. A lot of places are carrying it.
Yeah.
Because the place was sold as a 360-degree, great sight lines. My issue is I found a couple posts where the people said that they actually have those seats. And when they went to their meeting, everybody had to go for a meeting and see the AI visuals and pick out their seats. It was nothing like what they were sold. Do you think the Bills are going to do anything to correct this and possibly remove those seats?
Well, I don't think there's really any way to remove those seats. Like, thanks, Rob. So Joe and I have a similar experience. We coincidentally sit near each other in the stadium. We did not make any sort of plan to do that. We just ultimately ended up in the same spot. And my experience looking at the rendering, like all you could do when you're buying a ticket was go to the rendering. And I had a ticket rep back and forth, and I would be sent, how about this seat? All right, how about move over to the other side of the aisle? How about this seat? How about up 3 rows? How about back 3 rows? And over a series of maybe dozens of emails. I mean, it's a big decision if you're going to make this purchase. It's whether you want to say a PSL is an investment, if you believe in that, or if it's just a 30-year thing your family is going to buy for tickets for your family, or you just want to go to the games. Like, people have their own justifications for how they spent their money, how much they spent, and where they were going to sit. And I also, Joe mentioned this, I also had it relayed to me, the obstructions in the rendering, it's not as bad in real life.
Yeah.
Like, there was that, if that was communicated to a high number of people that then pulled the trigger on those tickets, like you were told, don't worry about it, it's not that big a deal, then I think the Bills do have a problem. So if someone puts it on social media and says, I was told it wasn't going to be this bad, and then you did it and bought it and it was that bad, make your own judgments out there who you think is in the wrong there. That said, it's not – I know the one that's making the rounds, or the 5 seats that are making the rounds, are really horrible obstructions that you would think are like non-starters.
Mm-hmm.
There are lots of partial obstructions. Lots of them. I shouldn't say most of, but if you just did a study, or if you asked the Bills, how many seats have a partially obstructed view where the corner of an end zone is you can't see that, or there's a railing over the sideline, the last 5 yards of the sideline. I think people would find out that number is a lot higher than they think. It's not 5 seats. People made their decisions, and whether or not you were told it's not that bad and believed it, or you thought, you know what, if it is exactly like this, I can live with that. And that's kind of where I ended up. Like, my view is obstructed very, very minorly. Like, in where I am, I can't see, like, I'm looking at the picture now, from the 20-yard line to the 1-yard line, the railing comes over right on the hash marks of the sideline.
Yep.
Now, I can still see through the plexiglass, and I also think the Bills are going to make a very big concerted effort to never have people standing there.
I was waiting to mention that, because that was another thing that me and my wife talked about on Saturday. Was at one point, it's a practice. There are a couple people taking pictures there. No problem at all. It's the practice.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you're there for. But we're like, if that's happening during a game,
it can't happen.
I'm going to lose my mind, and I'm
happen.
going to start shouting at people, and that is not in my DNA and personality at all. But, like, you're going to be blocking half the field. But even she said, like, there will have to be ushers there that are making sure that stairwell is clear, because you will have a lot of people that will have already, you're looking through plexiglass or you're looking through the railing. If there are people standing there, you just will not be able to see the play at all. You can even be bending down. Like, sorry, you're blocking part of the field for a lot of people. But, again, that would be something I would be stunned if you do not have somebody at every stairwell that is making sure, like, do not hang around there.
Right. But
during a game.
An usher at every stairwell, but not on the stairs.
Right.
That guy can't be there either.
Like, at the base of the stairs,
yeah.
I would assume.
So, again, like, if you made peace with your view, which I think a lot of people probably did, it's still a dynamite view. Like, I chose exactly where I chose in the aisle, because I didn't really believe I don't think it'll be that bad. Now, then there's the engineering construction point of it. Forget about people let's say they started selling the tickets all today, and people walked into that building and said, like, I'm not going to buy this seat. This is completely blocked out when I'm sitting down. What about when I'm standing up? Like, I'm not an engineer. Right. I know you can show me another stadium that has similar seats, and my reaction is not, oh, it's normal. My reaction is, oh, that stinks too. Like, we have to just accept that there have to be obstructed seats. I mean, maybe they are. Again, like, I don't think it's a flaw so much as it's a concession that the way you have 2 levels sharing one concourse is to also have a 360-degree-ish view is to have those kind of entry points, unless you're entering from the back. Maybe that was, $500 million more to do that. And are you going to do that for the upper deck? I don't know. right? There's probably 1,000 moving parts, of which I don't understand all of them. But to Rob's point or call, if you are someone that feels like you were misled or your seat is not satisfactory, I sympathize with you, or I empathize for you. I think it is a problem, and no, I don't think people are just complaining to complain, right? Like there's two. To me, there are two reactions. 60,000 seats are sold. You find out that 5,000 people think they got a raw deal. Do you think sucks to be you, or do you think, oh, that stinks? Which one do you want to be? Maybe you're the sucks to be you person. All right. I would be on the side of, oh, that really stinks. Like, I hope that nobody was misled or no one feels misled. And it's more than just the obstructed view seats. Like, again, it's a new stadium. We're learning about it. These are challenges when you could never go in it to look at a seat. You had to pick. And it's not like you could go in to the Bills. I mean, I wasn't offered this. Is it ridiculous to say? Should they have offered fans weather simulations? Because if you are someone on the non-lake side who thought you were under the canopy and got rained on because weather comes in from a certain direction every time, do you feel like, wait a minute, the entire idea was I didn't want to get rained on. I spent on this seat because I didn't want to get rained on, and I got rained on. You know, like it's delicate. I think there are issues that are worth discussion that are not just fans simply complaining to complain.
Yeah, I agree. And if you are realizing those on Saturday, like what really are you supposed to do at that point? Like you're in. You bought your PSL.
You did.
You're in for season tickets. Like you could try to do something in a year if you're really that upset about it, but like you are into a lot of money for something that if you feel like you were misled on at all or was you thought not going to be as bad as you were led to believe, then yeah, I'm much more because again I kind of went through this and I just experienced it earlier because I was lucky enough to be in the stadium and see it for myself during tours which were not available to the public. Like I kind of went through all this months ago. So Saturday, like I was ready for it. I knew like okay, if I'm standing up, like the railing just barely blocks like part of like where like a guy would be toe tapping on the sideline. Not a problem. If I'm sitting, the railing for me extends out to the middle of the field for 20, 30 yards. That's not nothing. I had to get on board with that and accept that after I had already made a decision to get them because I was kind of like you and like others kind of told like, yeah, it's not as bad as you think it is.
Right. A good
it's not as bad as the rendering makes it look.
Possibly a good parallel here, if I may. You go to a hockey game. You're sitting in the lower bowl. Some seats, the boards are going to be in your way.
Right.
And you're going to miss a little bit of the ice.
Or we used to have seats here at the station that were like really great seats, real close to the ice, but you were kind of in the corner. If you look down the other end of the ice, it's distorted because you're looking through curved glass.
And that's something that if you have those seats, you just make peace with that. Like, it's okay.
Yeah.
I want to be close to the field. I want to be here. I understand that I can't see perfectly if the puck goes into this corner, and then I look at the Jumbotron.
Yep.
And for fans at this stadium that have seats that might have a small, again, not the major obstruction, but maybe you have one that's basically the equivalent of sitting in the lower bowl at the arena, and you're going to miss 4% of the ice. I think those kind of obstructions are just a necessary evil. So anybody thinking they're going to change, I can't imagine what you would change other than sell it at a discounted price.
No, I think they already
listed as obstructed.
I think they already have maybe done the change. The change, I think, was instead of railed all the way down, what would you call it? Like the glass? What's the glass now? You know, like where the railing becomes like that little
the wires
platform.
kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. That is now glass. Like that is, I think, the adjustment. Like, okay, you can at least look through it now.
Yeah.
Like, and in that way, it is like, again, it's maybe that's why it's not listed as obstruction when you tried obstructed view when I try to sell my tickets, because I am kind of looking through glass as if I was at a hockey game.
Right. Right. Which is something
for a part of the field.
You do normally. So again, like if you're getting first reactions, I'm thinking about when the first time the NHL put up nets. What do people say? I can't see through that. And like,
right.
You know, if you just, your brain will just tune it out. The major, again, whatever. We've said it. I have, you know, I feel for the people. If you felt you were misled, I think that's a shame. I also think if you made peace with it, you can, by the second quarter, not even notice that it's there. 803-0550 is our phone number if you want to chime in on any part of the stadium review. The headline for me is the place is spectacular, and I'm thrilled about it. I couldn't be more excited. I'm excited that everyone was excited. You know, these complaints, the complaint department, like, that's valid, but it's part of the story, right? It's a football coach going over film. You won 45-6, and you had a couple busted plays that you want to fix. Like, to me, that's what the stadium largely is. It's largely a tremendous hit. Now, granted, I haven't been in most of the parts. I haven't been to the suites. I haven't been to the field club. I haven't been to the charge bar. I don't know if I ever will. So, it's kind of an ongoing review process. I haven't been to the other end of it. So we'll get that in time. Bills and Panthers coming up this week. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. Matt Perino, he's going to give us his thoughts on it, on what his view was, who he talked to. Matt Perino of the Shaw Podcast coming up top of the hour here on WGR.
Meanwhile, Sal, on the field, there was another big play down. The fans got to saw to DJ Moore, who was running 40 yards down the field. Are we at a point where that's happening at least like once a practice? Allen finding Moore somewhere down the field.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's partly intentional, like, meaning, like, he really wants to throw the ball at DJ Moore because they're trying to get that chemistry. I also think it's partly intentional that they're just going vertical more, Joe. Like, I think they are going to be a more vertical passing attack this year. We talk a lot about the running backs being involved in the passing game. That's true, but it's not because they're just going to be dumping things down. I think that will be a little bit more by design this year than what we've seen. I do think that the Bills will be pushing the ball down the field more. I think we've seen that. There was another one to Khalil Shakir. Really nice play. He threaded the needle there. I think that was in 2 minutes during the practice, but you're right. Another big play to DJ Moore down the field. And, if we had to come up with, camp MVPs, I think DJ Moore could very well be the training camp MVP to this point. He has just been sensational, and he seems to, be making plays every day, as you point out, with Josh Allen.
Jeremy White here for AAA Insurance. AAA. How about the players, Sal? Like, their reviews of it. One thing about this stadium that's different is that the fans certainly feel closer to the field. Did the players and the ones you talk to and whatever reviews you've seen from the player side of it have that sense that they feel the fans more?
For sure. And, I think most players who've been here are already anticipating and know that this is it's a loud fan base no matter what. And even some that we talked to, Dawson Knox, Spencer Brown, like, they talked about how quickly the noise and energy is, like, on top of you. And then you talk to guys like, and I wrote an article on Bradley Chubb and DJ Moore both, who come from other teams. And Bradley Chubb has played here, by the way, 4 times as a visitor, all losses. DJ Moore 1 time as a visitor, not in this stadium, but they were both, very kind of, impressed, blown away, whatever, the energy that the quotes that they said about playing in front of this fan base and already feeling it just inside of a practice like this. There's no doubt. The one difference is, yes, you're more kind of on top of the field as a fan. The wall is higher, but as you guys know, it's pitched up. So, like, you go to the wall and you can kind of feel the fans above you. But you're also, the wall before was lower, so you walk over there, and now like, you could stand against the wall and the fans are still, above your head. And I'm, I don't know, I'd have to get the exact measurements. I don't know if you go like 6 feet or whatever above your head, you have the fans there. Whereas the old wall, that wasn't the case. But now, like, you're there and everybody's just right on top of you because it's so pitched.
Jeremy and Joe, we're going to talk with Matt Perino on the other side. His thoughts on the Bills, how camp's going, his tour of the stadium. He took people through on his social media channel, saw that as well. So Matt Perino coming up on the Shout podcast. Of course, we're streaming online. You can see us on YouTube at any time you want. Presented by Belknap Heating and Cooling. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a change in your heating and cooling bills? Well, give Belknap a ring. 0% financing the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green, save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728 for more comfort and less ka-ching. Give Belknap a ring. Coming up with Matt, stadium review, more opinions on it. Want to get more of your thoughts on it as well? Give us a call. 803-0550. We'll ask Matt about the thing we brought up with Sal, about the secondary, and also want to ask him his thoughts on Skylar Bell, because I saw a quick snippet about him where he is on the depth chart right now. It's coming up as we continue our Bills coverage here on WGR.
Because if that first row stands up, and if I'm in the first row, I'm standing up so I can see over the railing. Now what's the person in row 2 doing?
Standing up.
Okay, the person in row 3. Now it's going all the way down the section behind you. And that, I mean, personally and selfishly, I hope that's the case, because if not, like, I do have a chunk of my field that'll be blocked if sitting. Standing, not really. But I did go through that, and
maybe that section stands when the ball is on that side of the field, right?
Right.
If you're in the red zone going to the right, your section stands because the railing is in the way.
There also, I think, was a change at some point from railings all the way through that section to plexiglass that you can look through and see. So that was I want to almost call that an upgrade, because it would have been more blocked if it had been the way that, like, my original rendering picture of our seats had looked. So, yeah, like, I don't know that was common also through the stadium. It could have been one person that was doing that. I don't know. But I saw just a handful of individuals on Twitter this weekend that felt like they were misled on that. And if even it was 5 people, 6 people, I would feel for people that were really excited to get into the stadium for the first time, pumped up, and then you sit down, and if it's something you weren't expecting in a negative way, that sucks.
Yep.
But again, I think that is probably not a very large portion of the stadium, but I don't know how much it is. Right? Is it a dozen people or is it 100 people?
Right. 803-0550. I do, of course, think the overwhelmingly large amount of review was holy cow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's amazing. And that is how I feel about it. I feel like you can land the plane on it's amazing, and also those seats with obstructed views are really a shame. And like you said, like if people feel like they were misled, that's definitely a shame. I had a thought about.
I mean, you can sell your tickets. I'm doing that for the preseason games, and like when you list it, it says clear view.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't say obstructed view when you're reselling the tickets. I don't think they were labeled that way originally. I don't know if some of the, I saw some seats online where like the stands are blocking part of the field. I think that has to be listed as obstructed.
Yeah.
Less than 1 week until preseason football for the Bills, following training camp and then the return of the blue and red practice, which drew in over 51,000 fans who got their first dose of the new building. Ty Johnson, Connor McGovern, and Cole Bishop, they suffered injuries in practice. Joe Brady said we'll know more this week. News for the Bills preseason game this Saturday against the Panthers. Panthers coach Dave Canales said that quarterback Bryce Young and the starters, they'll play about 10 to 20 snaps in the game. Around the NFL, NBC Sports Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that Aaron Donald could make a decision about his future with the Rams by the end of the week. Ravens head coach Jesse Minter said wide receiver Zay Flowers, dealing with a quadricep contusion, will miss some practice. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed, dealing with an ankle injury. He didn't practice yesterday. And speaking on Inside Training Camp Live, Ian Rappaport said, it seems like Deshaun Watson has the leg up in the Browns quarterback competition. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Phillies 7-6. The Yankees fell to the Braves 2-1. The Red Sox fell to the A's 4-3. And the Mets, they beat the Pirates 11-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
We just talk about practice. We sitting here, I supposed to be the
We are going to talk about practice.
It was almost 25 years ago.
Long time.
That press conference.
Long time. Yeah. Practice. The Bills had a practice on Saturday. A lot of people went. Like 50,000 people went to the practice. We're going to talk about it. We already had Sal on at 7 o'clock if you want to go back and find that. But here, we welcome in a friend of the show, our buddy, Mr. Matt Perino on the Wester Hotline, host of the Shout podcast with Ryan Talbot. He was there on Saturday. Mr. Perino, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. You'd been in the stadium several times, right? Like you had a chance to get in there, and this is the first time with people. So, before we get to some training camp stuff, now that camp's over, and some football-related things, your takeaways with people in there, and your takes on the people's takes, if you will, because it was a furious weekend of stadium review.
Yeah, I think that I can't really keep up with all the takes on the stadium. It's quite a wide range of observations that happen. And listen, I was on the field. I kind of walked to one of the suites for Bills Kickoff Live. I was up in the press box early, and then kind of walking around. And I'm actually looking forward to the preseason game this weekend. I'm going to spend a lot of time walking around to different sections and talking to people to kind of get their feedback. I was talking to one fan yesterday that was up in the 400 levels that, like, I thought the way they built the stadium, it was going to feel more like you were closer to the game, but that wasn't necessarily this fan's reaction to it. They felt more removed from it in the 400s. They were in the end zone part. So I just want to go around and talk to as many people as I can. I think the majority, it feels like, love a lot of it, right? Like there's like some things that people are quibbling with or quibbling about, which I think is always going to be the case when you do something this grand, and it's a huge change. I mean, we saw over the last couple of weeks the emotions that went into watching the old stadium go down, and you're getting your hopes up for this new experience. And if anything doesn't live up to it, and I can understand if you're sitting somewhere and maybe there's some type of obstruction in your view or something like that, I can understand the frustration. But yeah, I think that my favorite thing, like if I'm putting a fan hat on and what would be important to me, I love the idea that I can, on the 100 level, go and get food and then eat my food and watch the game, because there's so much viewing area in that area. I love that about Yankee Stadium because nothing's worse than like when you get your food and you're trying to go back to your seat. You got to walk past like 8 people, and then you got to like try to cram into the seat and eat like a food on a plate or whatever. I do it at Bison's games all the time, so I like the idea of being able to kind of watch the game and kind of hang out in the concourse. The concourse is huge. I think we're going to continue to hear a bunch of takeaways as people get in there. It wasn't even a game experience yet. It was just a practice.
And to me, that's key. Like, respecting that fan that says, I feel removed from the game. You didn't see a game. That's very important. The sound of a game, right? The crowd watching plays. Like, for a while, you're just, it's like going to a morning skate. It's not a hockey game. You're going to a practice. It's not a football game. So game presentation, things like that. I thought the Bills did a pretty good job with, was it Matty and George Wilson, like kind of taking you through stuff. The Dolphins had one of these open practices where they put the sessions on the board so people knew what was happening, and the Bills didn't do that. So, like, I don't know, Matt, I guess people got to see that practices are watching something on the field where they don't tell you what's happening next. You're just kind of watching a thing that is very much unproduced.
Yeah, and I think most fans are used to that go to training camp, right? Like there's plenty of sessions, especially Joe Brady's training camp. Like I think this is even more pronounced than in Sean's time, where they'll do a period of 11 on 11 full speed, and then they'll do a period, maybe sometimes 2 of half speed, like kind of like install period where they're just going through everybody's responsibilities, coaching it up. Like that's not a great viewing experience as a fan, right? Like you want to see football. And I think it's just going in knowing that it's a practice, I think is important.
Yeah. In terms of that's an interesting comment about being removed from it, Matt. I know it's just one person. Because I've always thought when I've been up there in my seats, when we've done tours, I feel closer to the field. You are higher up, but closer to the field than you would have in the upper deck at the old stadium. And I saw the video of you on Twitter. You walked up there. I wonder if maybe that's different also end zones versus, the 20-yard line, the 30-yard line. But I don't know, what was your takeaway when you were up high? Like, did you feel like it was really high, or did you feel closer to the field?
I felt closer to the field. Like I remember, I've gone to plenty of games at old Highmark where I was in the top of the bowl, and sitting there just for perspective. And the game wasn't happening; it was super early before fans were even coming in yet. So I mean, I wasn't watching the action on the other side of the field and all that kind of stuff. But it just felt like this is such a better seat than what I think I would have experienced in the old stadium. So that wasn't my perspective. I'm just sharing what I've heard from some other people. And also the game wasn't going on yet. I did talk to some people that were not even maybe in the 400s, but maybe like a little bit higher up, that when the action was going away from them, they were more so trying to they didn't feel like they had to watch it on the scoreboard, which I think is different than the old stadium. That was a complaint about the old stadium. Like if you were on one end and the action was going away from you and it was on the other end, you wouldn't be able to see it as well. So I think I think they did a good job. I'm in a lot of these stadiums all over the country, and this just feels like they put every amount of their brain power into creating the best possible experience for fans at every level, from when you like walk into the stadium, what's going on out there, the food options out there. I mean, the biggest like hysteria that I noticed on Saturday was that not everybody got to get the chicken parm sandwich because it was sold out so quickly. Like that is a huge upgrade over what was going on across the street food wise. I'm excited to even try a lot of that stuff over the next couple of weeks. I personally think they did a great job, but I'm going to be sitting in the press box every week.
Matt Perino of the Shout Podcast joining us on the Western Hotline. Matt, I want to ask you a question that I kind of got to with Sal, and wonder what you think about it. Some of the highlights of this practice: DJ Moore gets by Christian Benford, Khalil Shakir goes down the field, and there's this belief, of course, the highlight play from Moore at training camp, that the Bills are going to be a more vertical team. And I wonder if you think right now, again, like every good play comes at the expense of the Bills. I feel like I have to preface that. Do you feel like in the secondary right now, people should adjust their standards to maybe not having it be as locked up as it used to be? That's a department that the Bills have been good at for a decade and really buttoned up. It's pretty much Sean McDermott's bread and butter. Now they're switching to a new system. They've got a bunch of new players. Like, is this secondary a work in progress to you?
I mean, I think it might be a work in progress from the sense that there's some new players that, you know, depending on who they throw out there could be 2 new safeties. There could be a new nickel corner, which is a huge deal. I mean, Taron played a lot for this team, Taron Johnson. And then, you know, Maxwell Harrison's missed the last couple of practices. Is a rookie Davidson Igbenogson going to be out there? So there's a lot of turnover just personnel-wise. But if you ask me my confidence level in that group, knowing who the defensive coordinator is and what he was in the league, like, I think you went from one guy in Sean McDermott that was really good at developing defensive backs to another guy who should have the same kind of ability to connect with these guys. Like, one of the best performers of camp, and I know there's been some deep balls. I also think, like, the training camp setup is a little bit different. I'm not taking anything away from some of these big time plays because they've been truly outstanding. But it's a different game when you're not able to play as physical as you usually would be. So I think that you have to bake some of that into. But I think Cole Bishop has been pound for pound throughout the entirety of camp one of the best players on the field on either side of the ball. And the way that Joe Brady talked about him the other night when I asked him after the practice about him and how they view him and how important he is to what they do, I think he's going to be the leader of that group. And then you kind of put everybody else in around him in the safety room. And then you have Benford, who I think had some days where he's just completely erased whoever was going against them. So I'm not sure if my expectations are changing. As a matter of fact, I think that's one area on defense. I think that my expectations remain the same.
Okay. Is part of that too maybe like what we're seeing in these practices? Do you feel like the receiver room overall has had a good camp? Like, thinking about Skylar Bell and like where he might rank right now, I don't really feel like I've heard any big negative reviews of him. Is it more just, you know, the 4 guys ahead of him aren't really giving any room for someone to jump into the mix?
I think that's a big part of it, and they've all been available and on the field and healthy, and because of that, they get to run it out first. I mean, Keon Coleman's kind of felt like that other boundary guy to start with, opposite of Moore. Palmer has been kind of picking up steam and getting a lot more run as he's even ramped up, and it'll be interesting to see who ends up playing more snaps between the two of them. But then you have Shakir and Moore, who have been outstanding, and I think are going to probably be maybe your 2 top targets in this offense. I mean, you can make an argument for Dalton Kincaid, of course. It's always, you got to bake in the, you know, is he going to be healthy? Is he going to be out there? But I think Skylar Bell's been good. I think there's been some moments where, you know, he had a play a couple days ago where on a deep ball from Allen, if it connects, the conversation around him is completely different. But Allen thought he was running a corner route. He kind of broke it inside towards the hash marks, and they were just not on the same page. And what's funny is that move to go inside opened up some separation. He's probably open there for a touchdown if they were on the same page. And I just think any one of those little moments can change everything. But I think that Bell I like what he's about based like from my conversations with him, what people are saying about him in the locker room. But he's a rookie, and I think there's so much that they're trying to put on his plate right now that we won't really have a good idea of where he's at until we see him in the game. And he's going to have a lot of opportunities over the next couple of weeks. I don't think that they're going to run, you know, DJ Moore and Khalil Shakir. I'd be surprised if they played in any more than one game and maybe a series or two. Like, it's going so well that I'm just putting those guys on ice and saying, like, we'll run it out in Houston. But no, I think Bell's exactly where he's supposed to be. The one thing that's interesting is if they keep 6 receivers, because Nicole Hardman is, you know, trending towards winning the punt return job, and again, the preseason hasn't started yet, then he's probably going to be active on game day, and then you probably feel good about him being your 5th wide receiver. He's played a lot of football in the NFL, which probably leaves Skylar Bell on the outside looking in early in the season, unless he does something in preseason that completely changes the depth chart. But then you've had Khalil Shakir, who's missed time a game or two the last couple of years. You have Josh Palmer, obviously, big injury question. So it's take it 1 week at a time with him, and I think he's been fine. It just hasn't been the kind of rookie camp that has everybody buzzing about what could be year one, I think.
Yeah. By the way, hearing you mention the preseason and like what they should do there, that's another new thing that what are we going to get from Joe Brady on that? Like McDermott, we kind of knew, right? Like Allen would attempt a couple passes. Although I'm looking, there was that 1 year, 23, he attempted 17 passes. I forgot what happened there, but but that'll be this week, I'm sure. Like I bet Brady hasn't talked about that yet, that this week would be more about learning what, his preseason philosophy might be.
Yeah, and I'm expecting less because that's been what we've seen in training camp. We'll see if that ends up playing out. But I think it comes down to where you think your guys are and maybe not one. And, there's some really important battles, and they might not all be starting jobs, right? Like we've talked a lot about that left guard job throughout training camp. Maybe the punter job is a starting job. A lot of the other stuff is like backup stuff, and you're going to get a chance to see Caleb Elam-Zor in an actual game setting, and where's he at when all of the adrenaline is flowing and the bullets are flying, and you got to make calls, you have to make plays. Is that going to hold up to what you've seen in camp? Those are all going to be the things that we're watching over the next couple. And there's a lot of that they need to take a look at that I don't think they're going to be forced to play as many of the starters as I think we've maybe even seen in years past.
Matt Perino on the Western Hotline on the Bills as training camp continues. You have Syracuse.com and host of The Shout, the Buffalo Football Podcast with Ryan Talbot. Matt, thanks for the time. Enjoy the rest of the preseason. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually.
Yes, couple more weeks, guys.
Couple more.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
It's got me thinking, the driest time of the year on the sports calendar, people like to point to right before training camp.
Yep.
There's baseball.
Yep.
And that's about it. You're just waiting for training camp to start. And this might be pathetic, but seeing one preseason football game makes me think, oh, God, I need another preseason football game as soon as possible.
Well, it was a good preseason game, too.
It was a good preseason game. Haynes King, by the way, has a hamstring injury suffered on that play.
We're not going to get to see him against the Bills.
No, it's too bad.
Brutal.
But here I am. It's a weekend, and I'm thinking, is this the worst sports time of the year? Because there's no good golf. The Wyndham Championship, fine. There's baseball, there's tennis, but there's not football, and it feels like there should be football, and because of that, feeling a withdrawal even more.
Yeah, like they showed earlier, like they were teasing the SportsCenter top 10, and the play they were teasing it with was a Frisbee catch.
All right. Good catch.
So Frisbee's going on. Ultimate Frisbee, but with Thursday, though, we'll get a
bunch of preseason games. There's a bunch.
There's no Wednesday preseason?
No, there's like 6 games on Thursday, and then, we're pretty heavy into the NFL preseason. Week one of the preseason. The Bills will play 3 games. The Panthers, the Browns, and the Steelers. We haven't talked today about Osiris Torrance getting a contract extension. That happened Friday, right? So
during early in the show.
Yeah, last day it was reported it was probably going to happen, and then it was finalized, and Brandon Beane has since spoken about it. And it's funny, like the Torrance extension. There's definitely a landing spot between. I'm fine with them extending Osiris Torrance. Would it be the best plan? There's a case to be made either way. The Bills, their plan is we want to keep our line together. All right, that's fine. They've had a great offensive line for multiple years. They want to keep it together, and they re-signed McGovern. They re-signed Torrance. Okay, great. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, could you instead have drafted a guard in the 3rd round next year to start right away? Could you have drafted a guard in the 2nd round this year? Mm-hmm. And your depth instead of IGB would have been a guard that's going to play next year. Is Jude Bowery someone that goes to the inside? I don't know. There's a million ways to get to where you get to. And I think the criticism, if there's criticism of this move that is warranted or is fair, it's they just re-sign everybody. And maybe if instead of that they went into the desert a little bit and tried to add somebody to that position, like they did with Torrance, then they'd find a starting guard in the 2nd round, and you'd have money to spend instead. It comes down to, for me, like premium positions, right? Why do you draft a guard in the second round? Well, you do it because you need a guard. And he starts, and he's a good bargain, and now he's no longer a bargain. Now he's a highly paid guard, and instead of – it's not about, Joe, well, you could have saved money at guard. It's half that, and the other half is, could I have spent that, $18 million or whatever the number is somewhere else?
Yeah.
And I know that somebody else signed right away. Who's the guy that signed right after him, the big money deal, the number one paid guard now?
Matthew Bergeron?
Nope, right before. There was a guy that signed after that. I'll pull up Spot Track. I already forgot. I'm sorry.
There was a guy that signed after Bergeron? But
no, after Torrance.
After Torrance?
After Torrance,
I
yeah.
missed that.
The new highest paid guard in the league, which is escaping me now. And
Not Tyler Smith. He was already under contract.
Chris Lindstrom signed Peter Skoronsky. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Titans guard, 4 years, $100 million. Passage of time.
Right.
More guys will make more than him. It's not about him not having a contract that's worthy of paying. It's not about him not being a good player. It's about how you allocate limited resources. And, he's a steady guy. He plays. He's good. It's a position that is, over the last decade, not thought to have been a position that is premium, right? You would pay $40 million for a quarterback. You would pay $40 million for a defensive end. You'd pay $40 million for a top receiver. A top guard, you don't pay $40 million for because it's not thought of as the same premium position. Mm-hmm. So, they're paying a lot to Torrance, and I think it can be a good player, and it can be a fine contract. But in the context of you're always signing this kind of player, it is one of the things that leads them to say, we don't have the money to sign Trey Hendrickson, if that's the guy you wanted, or we don't have the money to trade for this player. So it's an approach. Doesn't mean it's wrong, but I feel like if you want to get on that approach as maybe not the best, I think there's space to live there.
And are we already at a point where if at the deadline or after the season a star player were to become available at a position the Bills could use, that they wouldn't be able to do it?
I think they
Are
have
we already there.
They have more space than they have in years past.
Going into the year, they do.
Yeah,
it's like they have after the Torrance deal, they might even have a little more. So maybe like $11 or $12 million. They had 10 before they signed Torrance.
Yeah, right now I see them as having 10 still.
10, okay.
10 in space, and next year they don't have a lot of space, or they're going to have to do work again. It is their model. It is their model. And there are benefits to it, and sometimes there might be drawbacks to it as well. Yeah, they're like second last in cap space next year. They've signed a lot of guys. They protect Josh. So doesn't mean I think Torrance shouldn't get the deal. I just feel like, the larger picture, like there are some guys that maybe shouldn't get deals.
And what you're also learning now is, I feel like you would learn tendencies over years and years from a GM or from an organization that doesn't have a ton of turnover, and you would want to learn, okay, where are the positions that this team feels comfortable turning over? And that's a position we can replace. We could do that position cheap. We don't have to pay a premium to keep it. The Bills, I don't know that they have a position like that, because running back has been a position like that for many teams.
Right.
It's not for the Bills. They paid James Cook.
That's right.
Guard has been that for many teams. It had been for the Bills early in Bean's tenure. It's not that anymore, right? They paid McGovern when he was a guard 2 years ago. Now they pay Torrance. Linebacker, that's another position where many teams it's replaceable. Bills paid Terrell Bernard. What is the position they see as, we just fill it in and replace it?
Receiver.
It is kind of been receiver.
For 2 years it was, yeah. But then they stopped that.
So, but that's what I mean. Right now, do they have one?
Right.
What's the position you'd look at and go, that's the position they believe they could just fill it in and figure it out?
If you could, what you're getting at is what is the poker tell? What is the consistent thread? And the consistent thread is get to a spot where a good player that you have is ready for an extension. You have a little bit of team leverage by offering that player, hey, here's $80 million or whatever. They don't go to free agency. The deal looks good, and you keep your own. You draft, develop, and sign your own. And it is, again, one of those things that's definitely it's not bad to draft well and develop and sign your own. Right. But it is not exactly like the measure for success. Don't fall for, a little bit of the false idol? What team led the league in signing of their own? I don't know. They don't give banners for that. Like, GMs feel good about that, but signing your own, like AJ Epinesa is a great example of this. Is that a good re-signing? Maybe. Was it a good draft pick? Maybe. If instead of that re-signing AJ Epinesa, when they did, they had just let him go and drafted a second-round defensive end, maybe they find a stud. Instead, they, is where someone would say, like, don't let good be the enemy of great or something like that. Like, don't let whatever.
Yeah, no, that's right. Good be the enemy of great.
Good can be the enemy of great.
I mean, I do also think they might not be in as much of a bind immediately because of that $10 million that they have. So maybe it would be harder for them to do something down the road, like bigger deal, like long-term contract with a guy. Micah Parsons 2.0 becomes available, and let's do that. That's a lot of money you got to commit down the road in addition to right away. Like Kayvon Thibodeau's in the final year of his deal. It's a $14 million cap hit. If he becomes available at the trade deadline, I don't know, I kind of feel like the Bills can do it because they have $10 million. And if they're saving that, and the Giants are bad, and October rolls around, and like, okay, Thibodeau wants to go, and they're ready to trade him, I kind of think the Bills could do it, even with all of these signings. But will they be able to then say, okay, well, now we can go pay you, his spot track market value contract is like $33 million per year. Like, can they do that too? Because you're not trading for a guy like that unless you are willing to say, okay, well, we're also going to commit lots of money to you down the road. That would be, I think, the bigger question about where they currently stand financially.
And again, like, you could say it both ways. Like, good is the enemy of great, because if you settle for good, maybe you never find great. Yeah. The other phrase is like, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Like, oh, he's not a perfect player, so he has to leave. Like, oh, no, he's good. We can keep him. And like, there's a line to walk there because, I'm sure in league history, letting one player walk out the door and then you find his replacement, that ends up better, right? Like if the Sabres extended J.J. Peterka. He's good. And then decided, you know what? Well, actually, he forced them out. And who'd they get instead? Somebody actually better. Sometimes.
Right. He wouldn't extend with them. Yeah.
Sure. If he had wanted to extend, they would have extended.
Right.
Instead,
right.
He wants to leave, and they get somebody better. Like sometimes, hey, this player is good. Why wouldn't we sign this guy? Actually, well, there's a better guy. Like that can happen. So again, it's not even really about guard. I don't want them to get a better guard. The idea would be you don't spend the money at guard or tight end on Dawson Knox or Terrell Bernard or Shakir or Rousseau or who. Like pick your one. Who's the next guy in line for a contract? Do we know who that might even be?
Ooh,
who's next up? All right,
next up is
you go to that draft class, I guess, and next up is.
Well, they already paid Cook. Well, that was the previous draft class. Kincaid.
And they'll probably sign Kincaid.
That's a complicated one, though.
Right.
No, you think they will?
Yes, I think they definitely will.
I think he's a little different, though, because...
I think they definitely will. Kincaid will be a definite re-sign, yes, because...
He doesn't play, though. These other guys never leave the field that they've
He's
paid.
A first-round draft pick who's tight with the quarterback and the other tight end, and he's good. And he'll probably be cheaper than he should be because of his availability issues. And that's a position.
Yeah.
And again,
true.
That's also a position with the highest paid tight end. What do they make compared to the highest paid receiver? Not close.
It's peanuts.
Not close. So, right. So I think Kincaid will get it. Anyway, 803-0550. It's the stadium. It's training camp, preseason, that time of year. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Because if that first row stands up, and if I'm in the first row, I'm standing up so I can see over the railing. Mm-hmm. Now what's the person in row 2 doing?
Standing up.
Okay, the person in row 3. Now it's going all the way down the section behind you. And personally and selfishly, I hope that's the case, because if not, like, I do have a chunk of my field that'll be blocked if sitting. Standing, not really. Mm-hmm. But I did go through that, and
maybe that section stands when the ball is on that side of the field, right?
Right.
If you're in the red zone going to the right, your section stands because the railing is in the way.
There also, I think, was a change at some point from railings all the way through that section to plexiglass. that you can look through and see. So that was I want to almost call that an upgrade, because it would have been more blocked if it had been the way that like my original rendering picture of our seats had looked. So, yeah, like I don't know that was common also through the stadium. It could have been one person that was doing that. I don't know. But I saw just a handful of individuals on Twitter this weekend that felt like they were misled on that. And if even it was 5 people, 6 people, I would feel for people that were really excited to get into the stadium for the first time, pumped up, and then you sit down, and if it's something you weren't expecting in a negative way, that sucks.
Yep.
But again, I think that is probably not a very large portion of the stadium, but I don't know how much it is. Right? Is it a dozen people or is it 100 people?
Right. 803-0550. I do, of course, think the overwhelmingly large amount of review was holy cow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's amazing. And that is how I feel about it. I feel like you can land the plane on it's amazing, and also those seats with obstructed views are really a shame. And like you said, like if people feel like they were misled, that's definitely a shame. I had a thought about.
I mean, you can sell your tickets. I'm doing that for the preseason games, and when you list it, it says clear view.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't say obstructed view when you're reselling the tickets. I don't think they were labeled that way originally. I don't know if some of the, I saw some seats online where like the stands are blocking part of the field. I think that has to be listed as obstructed.
Yeah.
Less than a week until preseason football for the Bills, following training camp and the return of the blue and red practice, which drew in over 51,000 fans who got their first dose of the new building. Ty Johnson, Connor McGovern, and Cole Bishop all suffered injuries. Joe Brady said we'll know more this week. News for the Bills, first preseason game coming up again this Saturday against the Panthers. Panthers coach Dave Canales said that quarterback Bryce Young and the starters, they'll play 10 to 20 snaps. Around the NFL, Patriots tight end Hunter Henry signing a 2-year, $16 million extension worth up to $20 million, and that includes $14.5 million guaranteed. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter. Also from Schefter, Chicago wide receiver Luther Burden expected to miss the preseason due to the strained groin injury he suffered over the weekend, but the Bears believe he should be back for the team's regular season opener versus the Panthers. NBC Sports Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that Aaron Donald could make a decision about his future with the Rams by the end of the week. And speaking on Inside Training Camp Live, Ian Rappaport said it seems Deshaun Watson has the leg up in the Browns quarterback competition. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Phillies 7-6. The Yankees fell to the Braves 2-1. The Red Sox fell to the A's 4-3. And the Mets, they beat the Pirates 11-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
You and I are going to see the Raiders.
We are. I have Raiders tickets in my phone.
How about this?
I know. It's been a long time since we had a roadie, but we're going to Vegas. We're going to do a show from Vegas, and we're going to go see some football.
Yeah, so the afternoon show's going to Vegas?
Outrage. What an outrage.
Those dusty old men going off on a cool trip.
Vegas?
I'm probably a dusty old guy now.
They've been to Vegas.
Yeah.
Mike goes like every year.
Why are they going? Somebody send us somewhere.
I'd never been to Vegas. Like, that would have been cool.
I
Yeah,
have.
right. Come on. Let's go. Where are we going?
Morning
Where
show
are we
goes to,
going?
let's go to Miami.
Oh,
Somebody,
go to Miami.
somebody, a sponsor. Somebody send us to Miami. You could be mentioned here.
The four of us with like unbuttoned
Yeah.
shirts and shades on.
I'll wear the shirt, hat.
Let's go.
What's not to like? What's not to like?
Yeah.
Right on the beach.
Send us to Miami. Who wants to send us to Miami? Joe, you went last year, and there was a bar that offered to host our show.
They said they'll open up.
They'll open their doors
they
at
got a
6
stage.
a.m.
They got a stage.
6 a.m. show in Miami.
We're already halfway there, folks.
Right on the beach.
Come
or like
on.
across that road. What's that road? Is that in Fort Lauderdale? Whatever it is. Right across the boulevard. It's on the second floor. You look it.
Yeah.
Is
Also,
that where Sam
I need-
Reinhart threw back the Sabres jersey?
That was the elbow room.
Elbow
it's
room.
It's not elbow
there.
room.
Not there. Okay.
I also need redemption in Miami because I finally did the Miami trip, and it was a fun trip, but then the Bills got pounded.
That's right, they lost.
Yeah.
So my only experience in Miami is watching them get destroyed by a bad Dolphins team.
Yeah, that's tough.
I've been to Miami once. Good time. So that'd be cool.
I've never been in the state of Florida.
Wow. Really?
Never made it down there.
That's wild to me. You've
I
never
know.
been in the state?
Never been.
The New Mexico Ice Wolves never played the Florida,
The Jacksonville Jackrabbits or Swamp Rabbits?
Furthest that way we went was Corpus Christi. So,
Okay.
same bay or Gulf, I suppose, but that's about as close
Send
as
us
I
to
got.
Miami.
right.
What would even be second here? Send us to
how about-
cold Lambeau in December.
Yes. The morning show Green Bay
The
roadie.
gridiron.
The Green Bay roadie.
The frozen tundra.
Is what we'll do. We'll get in, we'll rent a camper or something. We'll drive. We'll do the show from the road. We're going up to Green Bay.
Okay. Well, the Green Bay game, yeah, right. Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect.
The next morning, live from Green Bay.
Don't send us to Denver on Christmas. I don't need that.
I don't do that. I don't do that.
No.
But yeah, Green Bay.
Cleveland. Aren't they going to Cleveland this year?
No, that's
No?
preseason. They are in the preseason.
Let's go party in the preseason.
Let's do it.
Listen, we're trying to go to Miami in January or something. We're
Yeah,
trying to go
let's do
to
that.
Cleveland in August.
Be
not
smart here.
Not that I would say no. So it's not going to be high on my list. They are going to L.A. also this year. Get some good trips.
They do have some good trips.
Yeah.
Miami in January, though.
The afternoon guys go to Vegas.
That game will matter. Week 17, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably fighting for division still, or at least the 1 seed, something.
I think so.
Against the tanking Dolphins team. Who's playing quarterback for them by then? Still Malik Willis?
Probably.
They're posting Malik Willis highlights from training camp, so I'd assume. I mean, they were kind of riding with their guy.
So I just found first coach fired odds.
Oh.
Let me take a guess. Who's the favorite? The favorite is going to be Dan Quinn.
No, Dan Quinn. There are 5 coaches more likely to be fired first than Dan Quinn.
Sirianni, top 5?
No.
How about Todd Monken?
No.
Aaron Glenn.
Number 1.
That was a good.
Aaron Glenn, number 1.
I should have been there.
Yeah.
Number 3 is interesting. 1 is Glenn. 2 is another name that you'll hear a lot.
3 is interesting.
3 is very interesting.
Joe Brady would be interesting, but it's not.
Joe Brady is not. Joe Brady is tied, tied at the bottom.
Right, that makes sense.
Brady is in a pool of Andy Reid, Jesse Minter, and Clint Kubiak. 2 first-year guys and 2 guys with Mahomes and Allen.
Right.
How about like
He's in the clear.
Who's Atlanta's coach?
Stefanski?
Kevin Stefanski.
No, sorry, that's new. That's new.
No.
Right.
I'll just.
Todd Bowles.
Todd Bowles, number 2.
Yeah.
And 3rd is interesting.
3rd is interesting.
Vrabel?
Who's interesting? Ooh.
Zach Taylor.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Cincinnati. Zach Taylor.
I just would never bet it.
I'm betting
against their ownership. I'm betting against their ownership.
I will finish my point I was going to make the other day.
Yes, I want to hear this. I've been waiting 3 days to hear this point.
Oh, because we were doing one and done.
Okay. Starting to make it, and the buzzer went off.
Okay.
I think Burrow changes it for them because I think it feels like every year towards the end of the year, it gets to like, is he going to tell them, like, get me out of here? And if they have a coach that is just not doing it, I can want more than any quarterback in the league see Burrow going to their owner and saying, you got to fire this guy and get me a new coach.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not dealing with this. You got to fix this because you don't pay my guys. You don't do, like, this isn't working. Do something. Mm-hmm. And even if it doesn't matter and it's not even his fault, I could see it becoming that kind of a thing. Or even without Burrow doing it himself, the ownership going, we cannot lose Joe. And if we stink and we don't do anything, we're going to lose him.
I think that the coach might be Joe's guy. Also, Joe continues to get everything he wants. He got both Chase and Higgins paid, and they made major changes on their defense and traded for Dexter Lawrence, and they're favored in 15 games.
Yes.
Yeah.
I still think that there is every year stuff at the end of the year where he sounds like he's mad at them.
Wow.
Is there a coach out there that is more Joe's guy than Zach Taylor's guy? There was that clip. Was it from quarterback? Or was it just from whatever? Where they beat the Titans, but the offense looked like trash.
Yeah.
And Taylor was like a good game, like we got through. It's
Yeah.
like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and then Burrow
like we stunk.
Yelled at him.
Yeah.
On the sideline.
That's just one clip.
Right, but and that that relationship is always there is that happens between every.
This
coach.
is where I want to say we don't know what we don't know because Josh Allen is an expert at never stepping on a rake or sounding like he's mad. What's the maddest Josh has ever been at the Bills?
At the Bills? I mean, he's thrown his helmet at it, like things he's done himself.
Yeah. What's the maddest he's been about one of their decisions? Something they did, something that's happening where he wants to change. What's the maddest he's ever been that we know?
Can't
not,
think about
not
it.
speculate, that we know. He didn't get mic'd up for the quarterback show where you could see Burrow say, like, what are we doing on offense? Which is, of course, something that Allen has done. We saw him say, what are we doing? In Houston.
Mm-hmm. There was a funny clip in Kansas City where he was shaking his head like, what are we doing? And then the camera kept zooming in on him.
Yeah, it ended up
very
just
funny.
being the
But I think he was just
close-up.
he was just waiting for a play call.
He is he's an elite player, and he is nearly as elite at protecting the Bills.
Yeah.
He went to bat for those jerseys. He is their greatest protector.
Once you do that, there's nothing you won't do for that.
I'm kind of being serious here. Like, we know last year when they lost that game in Miami, he was kind of mad about Keon Coleman. He got one, right? That was kind of like short. The idea that he got one
right
after a touchdown in a game that they lost. Was he mad at Coleman? Was he mad at himself? Was he mad at the Bills? Like,
He really never even like digs or about like
not publicly. He is
not publicly.
Absolute expert at everything's going to be okay.
Is the maddest we've ever seen him after fans left the Ravens game early.
Yeah, right.
Maybe.
Seriously.
Yeah, you're right.
When else has he ever said anything negative?
Yeah.
No, he does go to, even with Hard Knocks, he wasn't a fan of that, and we knew the coaching staff wasn't exactly thrilled with that, and he was speaking out against that a little bit in the beginning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, he is kind of their protector. That's a good point. Can't think of a time where he's been outright super upset, though, other than what are we doing a couple times.
Yeah.
Which that'll happen to.
So that's all I want to say is, like, we can sit here and say just because another player is more publicly willing to say things, behind the scenes, things can get ugly.
And again, like I think that if it ever did happen, that probably would be it, because I just don't believe that Bengals ownership would fire Zach Taylor. In my lifetime, they fired one coach who got 16 years there. It takes a lot.
He did win a lot of games.
Marvin Lewis?
Yeah.
He never won a playoff game.
No,
but that's
won
my
a lot.
point.
That's
they never fired him, and he never won a playoff game. This guy went to the Super Bowl.
Oh, I know.
He could coach there for 30 years.
Marvin Lewis was Tomlin for the last 10 years.
He was Tomlin without the Super Bowl.
Right.
This guy went to the Super Bowl. Unless the quarterback outright tells the owner fire him, I don't think they're firing him.
Yeah. Talking stadium with you, Del Reed's going to join us coming up top of the hour. We figured let's get another fan perspective. What you thought of the stadium? We're asking you what you think. If you were there, give us a ring 803-0550. Let us know what you thought of the new Highmark Stadium. Maybe you haven't gone yet. You're just kind of, listening to it all. A lot of positive reviews. A lot of things to love. And, some, as expected, possibly, some beefs, some issues. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. There's also, of course, like a major controversy, if you will. Controversy or online fight or in-person fight about the obstructed view seats, of which there are many.
Yeah.
There are many obstructed view seats. If you see the picture online of one person thinking, that's like 8 seats in the stadium, the 400-level obstruction of the stairways is definitely more than 8 seats.
Oh, sure.
It's hundreds.
I'm in the fifth row of my section and our 2 aisle seats. And I can share my experience about going through this. Like, ours are obstructed when we are sitting down.
Yeah.
Like, there's a chunk of the field that is blocked, or you have to look through it's clear glass, right? It's different than what we originally thought it was going to be, which was railings. But clear glass you have to look through.
Jeremy, what are your for AAA
the 4
insurance?
People,
AAA is more than
the 4 rows in front of me are dealing with the same thing worse. That's 8 people right there, and then you have every section in the stadium that's doing the same thing. Like it's hundreds of people.
Yeah, hundreds, if not thousands, have at least some part of the field blocked by railings, by stairs, and through the process. It's not like there was necessarily everybody went through the exact same process. You go into the what was it called? The experience?
The stadium experience.
Thank you, the stadium experience. Everyone walks through there. When you picked your seats, you didn't go into the stadium and stand in your seat and take a look at it.
Right.
You and I had a chance to kind of walk the stadium and see sections long before there were any sort of railings up or anything like that. But But if you picked your seats, you had to do it via a computer image. And here's this seat. All right, punch in this number. Here's this seat. Take a look at it. What do you think? And the number of seats that are obscured by those stairways, the designs of those stairways, it is a very big number. Again, a lot of people probably just made the concession of, all right, fine, I'll give away the 5-yard line right side corner because I like this seat otherwise. contest. We're doing this week, right? All right. Be caller 5 to 2214 WGR to win 4 tickets for you and friends to the Country Rising Festival at Outer Harbor Terminal B, Friday, August 28th, featuring Big X, The Plug, Red Farron, and more. Be part of the biggest country moment coming to Buffalo. Caller 5 to 2214 WGR.
Adam Schefter just tweeting out that Luther Burden, Chicago receiver, is going to miss the preseason, but is expected to be back for the team's regular season opener.
All right.
That was a big injury over the weekend.
We're waiting for news from the Bills on Connor McGovern, Ty Johnson.
Yep.
Update on Max Hairston.
Also, Seattle is working out Terrion Arnold, the cornerback who is literally out on bail for kidnapping right now and got cut by the Lions. It's a weird one. Dave Canales also said this weekend Bryce Young is going to play against the Bills.
All right.
But like 20 snaps, I think is what he said.
Get that third down train horn ready.
Yeah.
How loud can it get? I bet it gets pretty loud.
We never really got a pop on
No.
Saturday. So that really didn't get tested.
It's tough. Like you're watching some 7-on-7, some 1-on-1s.
And half the people are in the concourse.
Yeah, just looking around.
Yeah.
Which might be the case in the preseason games, too. We're going to break in Del Reed on the other side. Get his thoughts on the new stadium. He had a good tweet about it and whether it lives up to expectation, the life of a fan going from, can you believe we're here? What a timeline. Plan comes together. New stadium's open. You've seen it. Give us a ring. 803-0550 on WGR.
Because if that first row stands up, and if I'm in the first row, I'm standing up so I can see over the railing.
Mm-hmm.
Now what's the person in row 2 doing?
Standing up.
Okay, the person in row 3. Now it's going all the way down the section behind you. And that, personally and selfishly, I hope that's the case because if not, I do have a chunk of my field that'll be blocked if sitting. Standing, not really.
Mm-hmm.
But I did go through that, and
maybe that section stands when the ball is on that side of the field, right?
Right.
If you're in the red zone going to the right, your section stands because the railing is in the way.
There also, I think, was a change at some point from railings all the way through that section to plexiglass that you can look through and see. So that was I want to almost call that an upgrade because it would have been more blocked if it had been the way that my original rendering picture of our seats had looked. So, yeah, I don't know that was common also through the stadium. It could have been one person that was doing that. I don't know. But I saw just a handful of individuals on Twitter this weekend that felt like they were misled on that. And if even it was 5 people, 6 people, I would feel for people that were really excited to get into the stadium for the first time, pumped up, and then you sit down and if it's something you weren't expecting in a negative way, that sucks.
Yep.
But again, I think that is probably not a very large portion of the stadium, but I don't know how much it is. Right? Is it 12 people or is it 100 people?
Right. 803-0550. I do, of course, think the overwhelmingly large amount of review was holy cow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's amazing. And that is how I feel about it. I feel like you can land the plane on it's amazing, and also those seats with obstructed views are really a shame. And like you said, if people feel like they were misled, that's definitely a shame. I had a thought about
you can sell your tickets. I'm doing that for the preseason games. And when you list it, it says clear view.
Yeah.
It doesn't say obstructed view when you're reselling the tickets. I don't think they were labeled that way originally. I don't know if some of the, I saw some seats online where the stands are blocking part of the field. I think that has to be listed as obstructed.
Yeah.
Less than 1 week out until preseason football for the Bills following training camp and the return of the blue and red practice, which drew in 51,000 fans who also got their first dose of the new building. Ty Johnson suffered a leg injury at practice. Connor McGovern, Cole Bishop also suffered injuries. Joe Brady said we'll know more this coming week. News for the Bills preseason game this Saturday against the Panthers. Panthers coach Dave Canales said that quarterback Bryce Young and the starters, they will play about 10 to 20 snaps. Around the NFL, Patriots tight end Hunter Henry signing a 2-year, $16 million extension worth up to $20 million. It includes $14.5 million guaranteed per ESPN's Adam Schefter. Also from Schefter, Chicago wide receiver Luther Burden expected to miss the preseason due to the strained groin injury he suffered on Saturday. But the Bears do believe he'll be back for the team's regular season opener against the Panthers. NBC Sports Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that Aaron Donald could make a decision about his future with the Rams by the end of the week. And speaking on Inside Training Camp Live, Ian Rappaport said it seems like Deshaun Watson has the leg up in the Browns quarterback competition. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the Phillies 7-6. The Yankees fell to the Braves 2-1. The Red Sox fell to the A's 4-3. And the Mets, they beat the Pirates 11-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's been amazing so far. I love the stadium. It was definitely a good showing and good practice for sure.
KEO. Caleb Alarms Orr. I had another really terrible nickname for him.
Okay, I'm listening.
Tukio. Like Takeo Spikes was the first one. This is
Tukio?
Keo.
He'd have to wear number 2.
Fair.
DJ Moore wears number 2.
It's better than KEO Speedwagon. Didn't you give him that one or something? Or?
KEO Speed. That was somebody.
All right. A lot of bad ones.
KEO Speedwagon.
I'm giving bad ones too, so you'll give me some grace here.
That wasn't the worst one I've heard.
No.
Him. No, the alarms clock is bad, I think.
Yep. 803-0550. On the stadium. So, a lot of headlines about some obstructed view seats, and I think those headlines are worth exploring. The processes by which the Bills sold those tickets. You're seeing some fans say, we were told this wouldn't be as bad as it looks in the picture. I've heard multiple stories of that. I find those stories to be believable. Joe has been through that experience himself.
Yep.
So talking about that a little bit. Of course, the overwhelming, I think, majority of the opinion is the stadium is amazing, is a masterpiece. And, there are a lot of things to like about it. Joining us on the Western Hotline is, Bills Mafia, as one of the creators of Bills Mafia. Del Reed joining us. Del of 26 Shirts, of the Mafia Family Ties podcast. And he was gracious enough to have me on as well a couple weeks ago. That episode's coming out. Del, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Del, we're good. I loved your tweet about, you said your wife kind of referenced the stadium like being like the Grand Canyon because you hear about something and then you go to it and you're still blown away, right? Like something lives up to the hype. So take us through it. Whether it's walking through Family Circle, you saw Bills Mafia immortalized there as well. And then, what it's like for you to be in the stadium and what the Mafia needs to know about the new stadium.
Yeah, for me, the overwhelming thought that I had that whole day going up into the stadium was, I lived my whole life thinking that the team was probably going to move someday. And there was always that cloud overhanging the whole enjoying the team. And even during the drought, I remember those terrible Duran years, just thinking and not to single him out. There's plenty of other bad years before and after that, but just thinking well, at least we have a team. At least we have a team, I guess. and so with that black cloud gone now for the past 30 years, just walking into the stadium was like, oh my gosh, like we really have it. They're not going anywhere. I used to think, my girls are grown up now, but I remember thinking when they were growing up, like, are they going to even have a team to cheer for, when they're my age? And so that, for me, that was the prevailing thought going into that day. And it was really surreal seeing the Bills Mafia in that family circle area, and even just seeing it everywhere around the stadium is that'll never not be surreal. But yeah, I had an enjoyable experience for the duration of it, and I know some people have valid concerns based on everything I saw over the past 2 days. But I can only speak for my experience, and it was wild.
Where do you come across on where do you land on the idea that the old stadium had charm? Obviously, it's full of memories, and this is the new house we just moved into. We haven't really had anything there to share. How long do you think that ultimately takes?
Yeah, I don't know, because it certainly felt like an away game the entire time we were there. And what's one of the things I kept thinking, I kept saying was, like, this stadium is so incredibly not Buffalo, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, so much of what we have is very preservationist-y, and I don't mean that in a bad way either. But there's no exposed brick in this stadium. There's no reclaimed. There's a lot of homages to it, but this is a brand new outfit that we get to explore and experience, and it is going to take time for it to really feel like home. And you mentioned the charm of the old stadium. Absolutely. But that charm was earned. Like, that took years of growing up and going to games there. And I don't know if it had charm in 1973 when it opened. It was just a modern stadium. Yeah. So we kind of grew into that charm, and I'm sure that'll happen here.
Did you walk the stadium? Did you go right to your seats? What did you do once you were in?
We went right to our seats at first, just because we wanted to see what it was like, But then, we were happy to spend the entire time, like, walking around the concourse and everything. Not the entire time, but half the time, walking around the concourse and getting a feel for it. And it's kind of funny, too, because you're exploring it, you're looking at all these things. But then when you think about it, like, all the years that I was going to games at the Ralph, it was always like, all right, get in and go right to our seats. And so I never, for years I didn't walk around, the old stadium. But, kind of funny how that works. It's a brand new, shiny toy.
Yeah, it was interesting to see, Del, like, you've been in there a few times. We saw you there earlier in the week. When everybody is in there, like, there's touring it and, like, okay, people will hang out here and there. But, yeah, that, like, the old stadium concourses and, like, the tunnels was just an avenue to get to where your seat was. And I don't know how much you did of this during the day or during the night, but I know a lot of other fans did, and I did. Just the different places you could just stand and watch the field or hang out and, hey, meet me here for a drink. Like, that really didn't exist before the way it now will exist.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I like how there's so many references to neighborhoods around the city and different communities around the city. So it'll be easy to say, like, instead of saying, like, meet me over by that one spot by section 110, you can say, oh, meet me over at Black Rock, or meet me over at the Allentown spot.
Right. In terms of, like, the weather, by the way, did you experience something that was different than you thought? I don't know exactly where your seats were. I saw your angle.
This is somewhere I'd like to also defend the Mafia. I saw, again, like, we all see it on social media, someone saying, like, look at all these Bills fans running for cover. I thought they liked the elements. I want to say, it's practice, folks. Like, maybe we didn't plan to bring ponchos for 3 hours.
Right.
And it's worth mentioning, everybody ran into the concourse and just watched from the concourse. Like, there's the ability to do that now, which there never was before.
Yeah, so when we were selecting our seats, I was very intentional. Like, I love the idea that it's open air, but I'm also 50. Like, I'm cool with, like, being under and everything. So we're in the last row in our section in 151. So we're under the section above us, which is under the cover. So we didn't have to worry about the rain or anything. But it was interesting to see how that concourse filled up when no one wanted to get wet. But also, it's like you said, it's practice. Nobody's doing that in the third quarter when Josh Allen's out there throwing touchdowns or doing whatever.
Mm-hmm. Del Reed on the Western Hotline. Del, any other things you'd give as advice? Someone's going to go to the game on Saturday against the Panthers, and they didn't get a chance to go to the Blue and Red, or they're going to go to the Steeler game. Any advice you'd give to someone now that you kind of know the experience of getting in?
I would say go early. Just go as early as possible. Just take in as much as you're able to, because there is. So I still, I feel like I've seen probably maybe 15% of all the things to really see and experience there. But walk around the stadium, walk through the family circle. Once you get in there, check out all the different levels and everything. There's really, it's a lot to take in, and there's and for so much of it, I was kind of speechless. You don't really know what to say or how to even express what you're feeling, but just enjoy it. Give yourself as much time as possible to soak it in, especially during preseason. Don't be afraid to get up at some point during the third quarter and go explore the stadium. You'll be able to do that now, and you won't have to feel as guilty about doing it or unable to do it, when the games actually matter.
Del Reed on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Del. Hope things are good.
Yeah, always take care.
I know you're a big fan of Howard Picks the Bills. Did you hear how we're going to do it going forward? Do you support our idea?
Yeah, I saw the tweet. Bring me up to speed again real quick.
We're just going to kind of do it, and we've got his voice recorded saying every team, and we're going to have him pick it how we think he would pick it.
That's a terrible idea, and I think it's wonderful.
Okay, good.
Exactly.
It's the best we can do. All right, thanks, Del.
All right, take care.
Del Reed on the Western Hotline. That's the plan.
How we think Howard would pick the Bills.
Yeah. Or how we would pick him, but just in his voice. Miami.
Yeah, right.
We're picking the Bills. And we'll have him say that. Anyway.
He was at a Zeppelin show last night.
A Zeppelin cover band show? That man was out at night?
My buddy's like, Howard's here.
This is why he retired, so he could go to do things.
Right, yeah. Right, if he was getting up early, it wouldn't have been at last night at the show. Zeppelin. I wouldn't have taken him as a big Led Zeppelin guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know why I wouldn't have, but I just, I was like, oh, really? All right.
803-0550.
You want some trivia I think you'll do really poorly at?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's always fun, right?
Let's do it.
We were talking about Torrance earlier, and I was about to make the point, but I wanted to see how many guys it was. The Bills, they paid Torrance. They didn't pay Edwards.
No.
They paid McGovern a couple years ago, and he was a guard originally.
Yep.
But I'm like, didn't they used to do this cheap?
Oh, yeah. John Feliciano, Quentin Spain.
That's the game. Who are the 12 guards that started with Josh Allen before Osiris Torrance got here?
You want me to get 12 guards?
No, I'm not expecting you to get 12. I think if you can get half, I'll be impressed. Can you get 6 of the 12?
Okay.
Guards that started with Josh Allen before Torrance got here when the Bills were doing it cheap. It was 12 guys in between 2018 and 2022.
Okay, all right. So
that's a lot. It's 3 guards a year.
I named 2.
4?
Right?
You named, immediately.
Feliciano, Quentin Spain. Give me Darrell Williams, who they signed as a tackle and moved to guard.
Yes, 2021. He started 17 games at guard.
I want double points for that.
That's really good.
Okay, so obviously David Edwards, of course.
Right.
Yep.
Connor McGovern, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Cody Ford.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
He's the starting guard against Houston.
Did Wyatt Teller ever play?
7 games.
Okay. Wyatt
2018, Allen's rookie year. Yep.
How many is that?
That is 4.
No,
5. Wait, you got Feliciano, you got Spain, you got Williams, and you got Teller.
Ford,
Cody
Teller.
Ford.
That's 4.
Cody Ford.
5.
And Teller.
Thank
5. And are we counting Osiris Torrance or David Edwards?
This was before Torrance got here. So.
Oh, before Torrance got here. So.
Yeah. It's a good start, though.
Asking me guard trivia.
You just rolled through almost half of them.
That was pretty impressive.
Let's see if we can do some work here. Richie Incognito.
Yes. Oh. No.
No, yeah, he was.
I thought he came back for a second stint.
No.
I thought
forgot about Richie.
Previous, that's a little early, 2016 maybe, 15.
Yeah.
All right.
He did come back for a second stint, but that was like Rex.
The chat has guessed Derek Dockery, which is wrong.
I'm excited more to just hear old guard names.
Guards? Chris Valerial.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said Quentin Spain,
Jonas
right?
Jennings.
I said Quentin Spain, yeah.
Was he a guard?
Jonas Jennings was a tackle. Oh. He was a right tackle.
Come on.
Yeah. Jonas Jennings was a right tackle, hit free agency, and went to the Niners.
Demetrius Bell, that's a tackle too. He was terrible.
Man,
anyways.
Other guards.
I'm drawing a blank.
There's a Pro Bowler in here. I don't think that makes it any easier, though. This person making a Pro Bowler, I couldn't believe when I saw Pro Bowler next to his season with the Bills.
Oh, man.
Well, you can do this, and this was happening in the chat. Oh, it's very important. The Bills needed to re-sign Torrance.
They had 12 starting guards in
right. You can do this with Josh
fine.
Allen on your team. You can do this with almost any position. You can't do it with Dawkins or Spencer Brown. They play all the time. But Josh Allen has had all amazing careers with just interchangeable guards, and that includes Torrance until he became not interchangeable and a starter, and they signed him. Like, that's fine. It's fine they signed him. But they lived a very successful life just using the position as it was expendable.
Yeah.
No, it didn't get as good as it is today, which is an elite run-blocking offensive line. And Torrance had a great year. Didn't give up a lot of penalties. Didn't give up a lot of pressures.
He's a very good run blocker.
Yeah.
Physical.
So he's a good player.
Yeah.
All right. Other guards that...
Ike Butker.
Love
it. Ding, ding. 17 games.
Hold on.
How about that? A full season of Ike Butker. I'll make sure you started all
What
those
about
games.
the other Connor McGovern?
I have a filter.
Wasn't there another Connor McGovern that...
He wasn't on the Bills, though.
He was on the Jets.
He was on the Jets.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, Butker started 17 games.
Ike Butker.
This just starts.
Great pull.
I remember a winter.
Mike. There's a Mike.
No, it's not. There might be, but it's not this guy.
There's a Mike something. There's a Mike Richards. There's a Mike.
There's no Mike anywhere in my list. Amazingly. Brian Winters.
That's the one.
Brian Winters.
Brian Winters. He started 9 games at guard for the Bills in 2020.
What was their record?
With Brian, probably really good.
It's fine. It's fine.
I would imagine.
Probably pretty good.
Boy, guard trivia. On a Monday, this guy busts out guard trivia.
At least it's not. It's at least 9 o'clock hour.
True.
6:10. I break this out.
That's illegal. You'd be arrested for guard trivia at 6 a.m. on a Monday.
You're doing great. You only have a couple names left. You're missing
Craig Urbick.
Oh, that's a great pull.
Wow.
He's not correct. But
Too far back.
Really good.
That's good.
That's like the Chan teams, right? Craig Urbick. Craig with a K.
That's nuts.
Craig Urbick, look at him. He had a 6-year career with the Bills. Anyways, you got a couple guys in Allen's rookie year, which are the tougher ones.
Yeah.
I remember there being a lineman.
You're still
Vlad, maybe.
Vlad Dukas.
Vlad Dukas.
Vlad Dukas.
Dude.
Nice work.
9
nice work.
games.
What a pull.
I'm getting half of these names, and you guys are just filling in the
Vlad
rest.
Dukas.
I really appreciate
Really
the
good.
help.
You're still missing your 2022 Pro Bowl left guard.
22.
And you're missing the guy who played the second most on this list, only behind Feliciano. I believe he left and went to the Bears.
Oh, did they offer sheet that? Oh no, I'm thinking of Bates.
Ryan Bates.
Bates.
Yeah, Ryan Bates went to the Bears.
Bates.
Yeah,
Who's
Ryan
this
Bates.
guy?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I got it right. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, he started a guard the year that David Edwards was their 6th offensive lineman.
Right. Okay,
He started over Edwards.
I was not confident in that pick.
You're almost done here. You got a couple guys from, not even a couple. You have one guy from Allen's rookie year, and then you got a Pro Bowler from 2022.
Tough.
Pro Bowler from
I'll give you there's one other name here. Greg Van Roten. Just give you that one.
The chat just
4
came
games.
through with one. I'm going to name it, and it's a good one. Roger Saffold.
That's your Pro Bowler.
Yes.
Roger Saffold.
Okay.
Roger Saffold started a full season for the Bills and made a Pro Bowl.
Yep.
And then you're missing one guy from Allen's rookie year. Your hint is he played 3 seasons before that also for the Bills. So he was a 4-year starting guard. From 2015 to 18.
Oh.
All right, so he started guard for Tyrod.
Yep.
I'm not gonna have a good. I don't know if I'm gonna. Have
Is he a
this one.
draft pick?
He was. He was a day 2 pick.
The day 2 pick. What school?
He went to Louisville.
Eric Wood is screaming at us.
I know.
I know.
I mean, this guy would have played
Next to him.
30 games plus with Eric Wood.
Right.
Right next to him, yeah.
Initials.
JM.
Jonathan Martin. No, Jonathan.
You're getting close.
Yeah.
You were number 76.
Oh,
Mills. Jonathan Mills.
He's so close. Jonathan Mills is as close as you could get without getting it. I'm just going to let him keep going here.
Miller?
John Miller.
John Miller.
John Miller.
Okay.
We were Jonathan Mills to John Miller. Like, we're
Oh,
right
John
there.
Miller.
We're right there.
John Miller. Third round Louisville.
I just named all their guards.
John Miller. All right.
Now you're up to date. Plus, we got some fun ones from the past, like Craig Urbick.
Craig Urbick's crazy.
Good stuff. 803-0550. If you want to give us an opinion on the stadium, you can. Lots of opinions out there. I'll tell you the one opinion I do not like, and I actually think there's one opinion that fully stinks.
Okay, is it the scoreboard one?
No. It's having no sympathy for someone with an obstructed view. I think that opinion stinks. And I think that this whole thing about the obstructed views has revealed a bit of resentment inside the fan base for people that did buy tickets. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, you bought tickets and you're complaining because maybe someone else was priced out. And I think that is the wrong thing to do, to have resentment for the person that got a bad seat or maybe was misled. Of all the things your takeaway could be, you could say, like, you know what, there's going to be seats like that. It happens. I think the only take that I have no respect for is acting like the person that got that seat that may have been misled. Like, sucks for you. Like, you're an idiot. Don't complain. I think that take is terrible.
Yeah, I just don't even understand where you're coming from if that's your attitude about it. Like what? Oh, like
hundreds of millions in PSLs and like public money to build a stadium and a big process and a big undertaking and a big commitment. And you're just a Bills fan that's excited, and you maybe talk with the rep, and if they downplayed it, as some have claimed that their fears were downplayed, I just don't think that the criticism belongs to the person that bought the ticket. So anyway, that's me. 803-0550.
And again, my hope is that standing will and I don't know how true that's going to be for, like, I'm in row 5. If I stand up, I'm basically good. Is that true in row 2? Is that true in row 1? Like, I don't know if standing even would completely clear the barrier for you. And again, like you mentioned earlier, like your immediate gut reaction was that we will not be standing the way that we used to, because it's a lot higher up. And I don't even know if you need to stand to see over the person in front of you. You might not need to. I don't know. I didn't really see that tested yesterday. But the old stadium, everybody stood the whole game all the time. This is how we were. And if that's how we are again, then I feel like a lot of people that were sitting down to watch a practice are not going to be dealing with it as much as they think they are. But I have no idea if that's actually going to happen. And I don't know if we will know until the first regular season game.
You know who else the stadium is bad for?
Who's that?
Wave haters.
Wave haters.
The stadium is going to be an elite wave stadium.
What makes a stadium an elite wave stadium?
A complete bowl. All the way around. There's no
okay.
The old stadium, the two upper decks could only kind of participate in the wave.
You would have to time it out a little more difficult. Like, the upper deck, you'd have to wait for the lower bowl to get to you. You'd have to look down there. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wave haters. It's going to be a good wave stadium. Get on board.
Yeah. Did it feel louder?
I don't know. The
music felt pretty loud. That's because there are speakers right above us.
The music is definitely louder and better, and the audio is way better. There's no doubt about that.
Way better.
So, yeah. I was going to mention really quickly. Expected Buffalo, our buddy Chad DeDominicis there at Expected Buffalo, tweeted over the weekend from the Expected Buffalo account. Just simply Sabres. I think he's just getting the Sabres in everyone's timelines as we're talking Bills. And I got mad at him about that because I thought, like, is this a thing? Is this like an eyeball emoji thing? Joe, it is August 10th. When will you concede that the Sabres are not trading for Connor Hellebuck?
The day before Winnipeg Jets training camp.
Camp?
Yeah.
Okay. Camp is the cutoff.
I think everyone's at a cottage right now.
True.
They're going to get back, and they're going to call – Winnipeg's going to call Connor Hellebuck whenever Kevin Cheveldayoff gets back from the lake. And
they're all just at lakes.
And that call is going to determine whether or not he's getting traded or not. And if Hellebuck says, I want to go to a winner, then guess who the only winner available that can trade for you is? The Buffalo Sabres or maybe the New Jersey Devils. Like, your market is toast. So, ball's in his court. He's got to make it ugly.
Okay, I'm looking.
He's got to make it clear to the Jets, I am not playing here. And if he does that, then I think they're in a tough spot that the Sabres could take advantage of.
Winnipeg Jets 2024-25 schedule. I'm going to try and estimate when the first day of Jets training camp will be.
Okay.
Because I got to get their preseason games and everything. Because last year, the Jets started their preseason on the 19th, and training camp opened 2 days before that.
It opens this year on the 19th also.
Preseason schedule?
September 19th.
Okay.
Yep. They
So
play
that's
Edmonton.
That's the day after Bills-Lions. So that morning, we'll be talking about the Bills beating the Lions, and you will be conceding that Connor Hellebuck will not be traded to the Sabres.
Unless he's a Sabre.
Right, of course. In which case I'll be like, well, there we go.
I just think it would be so odd for him to just go back and play there after all of this. After what he sounded like at the end of the season, after all the trade rumors, after the reports that he said, I want to go to Buffalo, and he signed off on it, after all that, for him to just go back and play there would just be weird to me. And there's not much of a market. I would get why it's not happening now. No one's probably in their buildings. But at some point, does it get fired back up? I just don't see why that couldn't happen. Why do I have to wait till the trade deadline? Why do I have to wait for him to play 4 more months for the Jets before he's going to get traded? What changes then? They're not going to be good. So, yeah, I'm not giving up. Yeah, call me September 18th. Or 7th. It's 18th. The morning of the 18th, if he has not been traded, then I'll probably lay down my sword at that point.
Fair enough. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. There's also, of course, like a major controversy, if you will. Controversy or online fight or in-person fight about the obstructed view seats, of which there are many.
Yeah.
There are many obstructed view seats. If you see the picture online of one person thinking, like, oh, that's like 8 seats in the stadium. The 400-level obstruction of the stairways is definitely more than 8 seats.
Oh, sure.
It's hundreds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the fifth row of my section and our 2 aisle seats, and I can share my experience about going through this. Like, ours are obstructed when we are sitting down.
Yeah.
Like, there's a chunk of the field that is blocked, or you have to look through it's clear glass, right? It's different than what we originally thought it was going to be, which was railings, but clear glass you have to look through. So, I mean, the 4 rows in front of me are dealing with the same thing worse. That's 8 people right there, and then you have every section in the stadium that's doing the same thing. Like, it's hundreds of people.
Yeah.
At
Hundreds,
least.
if not thousands, have at least some part of the field blocked by railings, by stairs, and, through the process, it's not like there was necessarily everybody went through the exact same process. You go into what was it called? The experience?
The stadium experience.
Thank you, the stadium experience. Everyone walks through there. When you picked your seats, you didn't go into the stadium and stand in your seat and take a look at it.
Right.
You and I had a chance to kind of walk the stadium and see sections long before there were any sort of railings up or anything like that. But But if you picked your seats, you had to do it via a computer image. And here's this seat. All right, punch in this number. Here's this seat. Take a look at it. What do you think? And the number of seats that are obscured by those stairways, the designs of those stairways, it is a very big number. Again, a lot of people probably just made the concession of, all right, fine, I'll give away like the 5-yard line right side corner because I like this seat otherwise. How about the players, Sal? Like, their reviews of it. One thing about this stadium that's different is that the fans certainly feel closer to the field. Did the players and the ones you talk to and whatever reviews you've seen from the player side of it have that sense that they feel the fans more?
For sure. And, I think most players who've been here are already anticipating and know that this is allowed. It's a loud fan base, no matter what. And even some that we talked to, Dawson Knox, Spencer Brown, like they talked about how quickly the noise and energy is like on top of you. And then you talk to guys like, and I wrote an article on Bradley Chubb and DJ Moore both, who come from other teams. And Bradley Chubb has played here, by the way, 4 times as a visitor, all losses. DJ Moore 1 time as a visitor, not in this stadium, but they were both, very kind of, impressed, blown away, whatever, the energy that the quotes that they said about playing in front of this fan base and already feeling it just inside of a practice like this. There's no doubt. The one difference is, yes, you're more kind of on top of the field as a fan. The wall is higher, but as you guys know, it's pitched up. So like you go to the wall and you can kind of feel the fans above you, but you're also, the wall before was lower, so you walk over there and now like you can stand against the wall and the fans are still, above your head. And I'm, I don't know, I'd have to get the exact measurements. I don't know if you go like 6 feet or whatever above your head, you have the fans there. Whereas the old wall, that wasn't the case. But now, like you're there and everybody's just right on top of you because it's so pitched.
Anytime you come into a new stadium for us, it's a challenge. The fans were loud, which is good. It's good work for us. But yeah, like you said, it was tough. Just getting out here, getting our feet wet a little bit. But I feel like we worked and made some progress as we went.
Terrell Bernard on the new stadium. Jeremy and Joe. Hey, everybody. Titans are opening a new stadium next year, right? Next year. Bills this year, Titans next year?
Yes. Yeah, they're 1 year behind. And then Jacksonville opens the year after that.
They're just renovations.
Theirs is like a souped-up renovation,
yeah,
so
like
the stadium's going to look different.
Yeah, kind of like what they did in Chicago when they completely redid Soldier Field and became like a different stadium inside of a stadium.
Do you see how close the construction of Tennessee's new stadium is to the old one?
You could throw a baseball to it. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's even closer than the Bills. Yeah.
And Jaguars construction doesn't even start yet because they're doing it all in 1 year because the Jags are going to play in Orlando.
That's right.
Which I only know about because I am planning to go to that Bills game in Orlando. But I think they're doing it all in 1 year because they're only playing there, I think, for one season. Pretty sure.
Get a phone call in here. Dan in North Tonawanda. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just want to say I was very impressed with the new stadium. I know there's a lot of people that are giving some negative comments and stuff online, but overall, I would like to say everybody who put an effort into building that thing, I mean, job well done. There was a couple of things that I noticed that were they stood out to me. One of the things that we were talking about, the Zeus smoker that they had out there. One of the things that was interesting I found out is that is only available inside security, but outside the stadium. You can get it and bring it in, but you can't go back out to get some. That was my understanding. But they're going to be doing fun stuff like chevettas and everything else out there. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think this being a trial run was the first go at it. I think they're going to be still figuring stuff out. But overall, my first impression was it was awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure the rain. Honestly, I was kind of happy to get a little bit of the rain because to see what it would feel like for the elements. It's an open air stadium for people who got wet. You know, I don't know what you thought you were signing up for, but that's what it is. I thought it was great. Thanks so much for doing this, guys, and I appreciate your thoughts.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, I wonder what the Bills' internal numbers are of how many fans they can get into the security area, not ticket area, before gates open to sell merchandise, to sell food and bev, right? Like, you would estimate money you're going to make off that, where, sure, the gates aren't open for the actual stadium, but we've got a secondary secure area that is. And that area is big and wide and roomy and nice. It's really nice. So I did not visit a bathroom. I'll have to go take a look.
They are brand new.
Good.
So, nice.
Brand new gold troughs, right?
No gold troughs, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate.
Those are
it would have been the biggest twist of fate ever if they're like, yeah, actually we just we put troughs right back in.
Yeah.
No troughs? Stalls?
It's just stalls, well, and urinals, of course.
That's what I mean. Urinals.
Yeah. And stalls.
We got walls between the urinals or no?
No.
Okay.
No, we do not.
It's fine. We can all handle it. Just asking.
The other thing I did not see myself, but saw it in the 200 level, was another piece of artwork. You want to call it artwork? I don't know.
Yeah.
That I had not seen before.
Installations.
The comic book Alan Amari Cooper play. It was like a comic book page blown up, but it was the Allen play where Cooper laterals it back to him.
He dives in.
And that's in the 200 level, like right at the bottom of the escalators.
That's cool.
Which is, I guess, like if that's the Allen play they picked. Like, oh, Amari Cooper's got representation in the stadium now, just forever, huh? He made an impact. In that, like, not making a big play in like a playoff game. It was I'm the guy who threw the ball back to Josh Allen when he dove into the end zone. So there was a lot of that. Was another thing a lot of people noticed. Like, oh look, there's the wavelengths of whatever, and we entered from probably the opposite end you did, not the statue side, not the Bison statue side, the other side.
Yeah,
and the hanging glass chandelier looking display,
the Bills logo.
The Bills logo, like walking down that path, and it's like motion activated Bills calls as you walk by. Van Miller and Murph, like old Bills calls that are motion activated as you walk by. You're walking down that path and you're staring at the stadium, which still to me looks like a giant UFO. And you look into the glass and that logo, like the approach to the stadium is just that alone is breathtaking before you even get in there.
Yeah.
And that was better, like, and in the dark, you noticed, too, because we were turning around looking at the fireworks. We had fireworks and a lightning show, because there was lightning in the area, too.
803-0550. Stadium is largely great, with maybe some warts, and some issues. Not every stadium has, like, obstructed view seats like that. There might be a couple, but, like, not every stadium has what the Bills have. It's a choice they made for entry points into the 400 level. There's lots of ways to do it. So,
yep.
But not. I also don't necessarily think like, oh, every stadium's like that. No, not quite.
Some are, but not.
Some have their spots. Yeah.
The funniest one I saw that I did not know exist was I think would it be at the Rose Bowl? There was a picture of a USC football game, and a guy is sitting alongside a concrete wall, and he can only see one end zone from that seat. Like, what did they think when they installed these seats? Those are probably seats they don't sell, but why is it there?
Yeah.
You can only see the end zone. Maybe there's like a concert that you could sell tickets to there. I don't know. But that seemed pretty crazy.
Terrion Arnold, who you mentioned is visiting with the Seahawks, he is now going to meet with the Saints. Again, he is
not off limits.
They're vetting him after an incident. It resulted in 8 felony charges, including kidnapping and armed robbery.
He allegedly orchestrated a retaliatory attack on 3 men. So, and it was enough that he was a first-round pick not that long ago and a good player. The Lions cut him. But, all right. He can play. I guess he's eligible to play. We're also supposed to get an Aaron Donald decision this week.
What's the decision? He's definitely going to play?
He's definitely going to play.
You would think.
Why would all of this have happened?
And even if he doesn't, don't we have to consider it possible until the playoffs? He could just come back in January.
100%.
They have his rights. He decides he wants to play. That's that. He's on the team. I'm sure there's be like some sort of deadline, but maybe not even.
I'm not sure there is.
Like when the Bills added Kenny Stills before that one playoffs, you know?
Right.
You just, hey, Aaron Donald's on the team now. So, and even if he decides not to play, I'm not going to really believe he's decided not to play.
This happened not that long ago with, I think, the Rams. I'm just checking.
Eric Weddle?
Eric Weddle. That's exactly who I'm looking
Eric
up
Weddle.
right now. Eric Weddle. When did he signed, and I remember started in the Super Bowl, but I'm trying to find when he actually.
I think it was a couple weeks before, maybe a week before.
Okay, January 12th, he came out of retirement to sign with the Rams.
And played in the Super Bowl.
Because Taylor Rapp had been injured. He was still on the Rams. And, yeah, he started in the Super Bowl a month later. He signed on the team in January. Yeah, nothing. If it came out this week, Aaron Donald's not signing with the Rams before the season. Same thing. I would still be like, okay, sure, he'll just sign in November. Or December, whenever he wants. Why else would he work out for the team? It was an official workout. They got to be open to consideration at some point. Bill Barnwell, by the way, just dropped a piece at ESPN. He did an analysis of all the biggest favorites in NFL history going into a season. Would it surprise you to know that of the top 9 teams that were favored over the rest of the league in NFL history going into a year, none of them won the Super Bowl?
No, it wouldn't really surprise me. I mean,
the 07 Patriots are on that list. The 17 Patriots.
They got there. They also got there.
There were a lot of teams that made the Super Bowl.
And then just lost.
Yeah. The 97 Packers were one of these teams. They lost to the Broncos in the Super Bowl. The 90 49ers lost in the NFC Championship games. Yeah, most of these teams went far, but none of them won. They all got close and then lost. Which, hey, everyone's picking Rams Bills in a Super Bowl right now. Or at least a lot of people are.
Joe Brady's first practice in public. His post-game presser, too, like they've got a new spot for that. You know, everything's new.
You can see into the presser from the field level club.
Yeah.
It's a little odd. But it's one-way glass.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't bother anybody in the room, I guess.
The good old field club. I've not heard anybody review that.
Sal did a video on Twitter of it.
Empty, yeah.
But it was nobody was in
what's
there.
it look like full to anybody that was in there? If you want to give us a call on that, you can. Let us know if you liked it. 803-0550.
Yeah, and what was your view like? Because I've always thought that would be awesome. The club would be awesome, even being out on the field. But once the game starts, can you really see
you go to
all
your,
that well?
You go to your seats.
Right, like that's what I mean. You would never watch the game
from the
there.
field? Probably not. Then you're looking over, a football team that's standing in front of you, too.
Yeah, and a lot of those guys are tall.
Yes, many. Right.
Hopefully
if you're watching,
linemen aren't standing
if
in
you're
front
watching
of you.
over 53 Spencer Browns, that's not the same as 53 Mecole Hardmans.
No, right.
Is Hardman the shortest, Bill? Probably.
Frank Gore Jr., maybe? One of the running backs? How short is Mecole Hardman?
I don't know, 5'10". I guess
All
one
right.
of the running backs could be shorter, right? Listed.
Yeah, but they don't have like a really
Hardman's
really
listed
small
at 5.
guy.
Okay, Frank Gore's 5'8".
5'8".
Listed at 5'8", yeah.
That's probably running backs are generally really, really short.
Extendo Sports coming up to get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR. There's also, of course, like a major controversy, if you will, controversy or online fight or in-person fight about the obstructed view seats, of which there are many.
Yeah.
There are many obstructed view seats. If you see the picture online of one person thinking, like, oh, that's like 8 seats in the stadium, the 400 level obstruction of the stairways is definitely more than 8 seats.
Oh, sure.
It's hundreds.
I mean, I'm in the fifth row of my section and our 2 aisle seats, and I can share my experience about going through this. Like, ours are obstructed when we are sitting down.
Yeah.
Like, there's a chunk of the field that is blocked, or you have to look through it's clear glass, right? It's different than what we originally thought it was going to be, which was railings. But clear glass you have to look through. So, I mean, the 4 rows in front of me are dealing with the same thing worse. That's 8 people right there, and then you have every section in the stadium that's doing the same thing. Like, it's hundreds of people.
Yeah.
At
Hundreds,
least.
if not thousands, have at least some part of the field blocked by railings, by stairs, and, through the process, it's not like there was necessarily everybody went through the exact same process. You go into the, what was it called? The experience?
The stadium experience.
Thank you, the stadium experience. Everyone walks through there. When you picked your seats, you didn't go into the stadium and stand in your seat and take a look at it.
Right.
You and I had a chance to kind of walk the stadium and see sections long before there were any sort of railings up or anything like that. But But if you picked your seats, you had to do it via a computer image. And here's this seat. All right, punch in this number. Here's this seat. Take a look at it. What do you think? And the number of seats that are obscured by those stairways, the designs of those stairways, it is a very big number. Again, a lot of people probably just made the concession of, all right, fine, I'll give away like the 5-yard line right side corner because I like this seat otherwise.
Laramie Tunsil out for a long time, huh?
Yeah, not good for them.
Very bad. I saw Owen update his team name.
From what? Was
Tunsil's torn triceps?
Yes, because the original team name for my dad's, I co-ran my dad's fantasy team in Paul's fantasy league because he was all anti-fantasy for so long, and our team name was Tunsil's gas mask. If you remember, pre-draft,
legendary.
There was a moment there, so I figured it was a good. I saw I was writing my ticker this morning about Laramie Tunsil tearing his tricep. I was like, oh. Tunsil's torn tricep is a good alliteration. I like it, and it's related to my other fantasy team name. So
yes,
that's my new team name.
Congratulations!
Thank you.
The Odyssey is filled too.
It is. It is.
Next Friday. This Friday.
We moved it.
We moved it. We pushed it back.
We need a weekend.
We need a weekend.
Because
it's a startup dynasty draft. It's going to be long.
The Odyssey, you guys still have you got full attendance? You got
full attendance.
Mm-hmm.
Launching a startup dynasty league.
Look at this.
Mike Shope joined the league.
Oh.
That'll be my third draft of that day.
Wow.
Wow.
I'll be
I'll be warmed
it's not
up.
Totally set.
So the three of you are all going to be in the Odyssey this league. And
You're not in the Odyssey?
No, and I also haven't seen the Odyssey.
Wow.
Among you three.
You want to be my draft proxy?
Maybe.
Look at it. We got 3-person taxi squad in here.
I got to check the updated seat maps to see what kind of availability there is to see the Odyssey in the 70 millimeter.
You got to get it ahead.
I'm just saying. Let's see. All right, here today at 3:20, completely sold out.
Yeah, I was saying no way.
All right,
check. Go a week out. I wouldn't even start my search until next Monday.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah.
All right, let me go to
people were traveling outside of the state, outside of the country.
Switzerland
was there.
Yeah.
Switzerland.
Right, I got a lot of seats here. Thursday, September 10th.
All right.
6:45 p.m. Got a bunch. There
you go.
It's opening up
Probably
a bit.
football on that day.
It's a Friday. Or it's a Thursday.
You said it was a Thursday.
It's not the Bills opener, I don't think.
No, it's the week before.
Yeah.
Right.
Bills home opener is...
yeah, you'd be skipping Niners and Rams in Australia.
Oh. I probably don't want to
At
miss
the
that.
Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Yes.
In Australia. What's a cricket ground going to look like for football?
It's a good question.
Shape?
Great question.
Isn't a cricket ground massive? In my head, it's like a baseball field.
Yeah.
And a football field on a baseball field.
Yeah, look at it. It's round.
Yeah.
It's very, very round.
Oh, this will be fun.
This is going to look weird. It's 110,000 people.
Wow. Will they sell that thing out?
That's a good question. They will make an effort to, yes. Because if it's not full the week before, they're going to sell tickets for $5.
The Melbourne
or $5, whatever
Cricket
they
Ground.
use in Australia. I don't know what Australian dollars, maybe. 95,000 seats.
Okay.
15,000 standing room.
One thing to monitor going forward for the Bills' new stadium is how they operate with standing room, because people use the standing room, and if you sell all those spaces, how many would there be? Are they designated spots? Do some sections get dubbed standing room, where others, like the drink bar, is not standing room? So many things still to learn about the stadium. So we're back tomorrow. The stadium will still be there.
Also, practice is going to be more closed off going forward here. So
the Bills also ran a double reverse flea flicker end around throwback to Kincaid, who was covered by Jordan Hancock on the play.
Yeah.
So
I draw that up for the Akron Zips right there.
I'm telling you right now.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to ask. We know that trick plays are returning this year. The bet should be if there's going to be one in the opener.
Oh, that's a good one.
In Houston on the road, will Joe Brady dip into the bag of tricks?
Yeah. Right out of the gates.
They are going to be more creative.
Yeah, I agree. Did you see the update in the Akron Zips thing?
About the offensive coordinator script to drive?
Robert Morris fans are buying up all the season tickets.
Oh, no. Oh, they're going to sell.
So now they have to make a decision, because if a Robert Morris fan wins the thing,
amazing,
they're just going to do the worst. They're going to tank it, basically.
Wow.
Amazing.
They've
This
kind of
is
thrown a
awesome.
wrench in the like. Can they do it now? Is a question.
All the Robert Morris fans. What about the other 17,000 tickets available? How many Robert Morris football fans are there?
I'm not sure.
10? Colonials football?
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, we're back tomorrow. Thanks for listening, and be good. Talk to you then.